seems is that John Jones is refusing to fight Tom Aspinall, and we're going to talk about it. Are there any truth to this? Or is it that John is just negotiating behind the scenes? Now, the reason why I'm asking this is because in the recent Tom Aspinall video, he came out proclaiming that John Jones is not responding to the contract negotiations. And in fact, he even goes and explains how it is on his side that is refusing the fight because it is Tom Aspinall that is asking for this fight without any hesitation. And I got to be honest with you, the heavyweight division in the UFC right now is in absolute bad shape in terms of what Tom Aspinall has done to many of these competitors. Now, for example, Tom Aspinall has took out Curtis Blaydes in the first round. Granted, Curtis Blaydes fought him the first time only for Tom Aspinall to blow out his knee very early on within 15 seconds. But then he goes and takes out Pavlovich, takes out Curtis Blaydes, and then he takes out Myson Tybura. Then he takes out Volkov. So who is left? Cyril Gane? The problem with that is Cyril Gane got starts by John Jones. And John Jones is supposedly right now the crowned and the official undisputed heavyweight champion of the UFC. And that in and of itself is questionable because there's still Francis Ngannou lingering around, and granted, not in the UFC, but still the lineal heavyweight champion of the UFC prior to his departure from the company. So there's a lot of confusion going on in the heavyweight division, and it is up to John and Tom Aspinall to fix that. And even if they were to fight, guess what? Francis Ngannou is still out there lingering on. So there is a lot of unresolved issues that are going on in the heavyweight division right now. Now, we got to ask the question, why is John not taking this fight? And there's several reasons I could probably name, but the one reason that a lot of people think they have as a theory is that John is just plainly scared or doesn't want to take that risk because one fight is literally going to determine his whole entire legacy. Now, you're probably asking, well, how is it that that whole entire fight is going to determine his legacy when we've seen Anderson Silva, a guy who was from his era, get knocked down from the title and basically getting cut from the UFC at the end of his career? How is it that John's reputation or legacy is going to get ruined that way? Well, I got to tell you, the controversies that has been surrounding John all throughout his career sort of gives people this emboldenment of scolding the reality of John Jones, right? In other words, the scandals that he's gotten into, you can't ignore that. You also can't ignore the fact that John has been out there doing a whole bunch of things that a lot of people would disagree with, right? I'm not going to mention them. I mean, there's the Vegas incident with his wife. There's the, well, there's positive aspects too. You remember in the pandemic, he basically went all Captain America mode and saved the entire city of Albuquerque, New Mexico from vandalism. Because obviously, if you remember, during that time, there was a lot of riots, a lot of commotion going on during the pandemic. And then there was a George Floyd thing going on. Oh, and how about this, right? A little side story to that. Donald Trump is in motion right now, possibly releasing Derek Chauvin, the officer that supposedly unalived George Floyd. Now, you got to wonder how that's going to work out in the the riot that may follow after that, and the chaos and the bedlam that it may bring. But nonetheless, not to digress from the topic at hand, a lot of people want to see John Jones fall, is basically what I'm trying to get to. And it's with these reasons that I had just mentioned why people are desperate to see him fall. On the other hand, you also got to understand that John Jones is the greatest of all time. And for him to leave in this kind of capacity, it would leave a lot of unresolved issues in the heavyweight division. Okay, because like I've mentioned before already, Francis Ngannou out of the company. Tom Aspinall has already beaten everybody. John Jones, he's not really a heavyweight. This was sort of like a side project that he wanted to do. And for however many fights, I don't think that he was looking to do the type of run that he did in light heavyweight, simply because in light heavyweight, it was a lot easier for him to go on that run. Now, I know a lot of those names are very legendary and things of that nature. And he fought a light heavyweight division that, quite frankly, is a whole lot more competitive than the 205 division that Alex Pereira is leading right now. Here's another thing that I wanted to talk about, right? How about GSP? Do you remember he did the same thing that Jon Jones did? What exactly is that? A dominant champion. By the way, both GSP and Jon Jones were dominant champions at the same era. So what happened was GSP had that Johnny Hendricks fight, vacated the belt, left the company, left the sport, then came back 3 years later to fight Michael Bisping. I think it was 4 years later, but somewhere around that range. So from 2013 and then 2017, he comes back, beats Michael Bisping for the title. And guess who was waiting in the wings? And this was very prominent during that time. You know who it was? It was none other than Robert Whittaker. And what happened? The fight never happened. GSP immediately vacated the belt. And maybe that's the problem. Jon did not decide to vacate the belt after the Ciryl Gane win. He decided to not vacate the belt after the Stipe Miocic win. What he did was simply continue to lead people on with these fake intentions that he wanted to fight. And again, I could be wrong. This whole entire video could be wrong. And out of nowhere, Jon just decides, hey, you know what? I'm going to fight Tom Aspinall in the summertime. But right now, Tom Aspinall is explaining to the world that he doesn't want to fight, and it's only him that wants to fight. And if Jon is refusing to fight, he wants to move on, whether that would be against Ciryl Gane or anybody else that's in the wings that could basically crown him the undisputed, because right now he's just the interim champion. Same thing happened with Robert Whittaker. Now, why is it that everybody wants to see Jon Jones fight Tom Aspinall, but nobody was really pushing for Robert Whittaker to fight GSP? Of course, the hardcore fans will always push that. They will always push for the best fighting the best. But how come it never happened? I'm going to tell you why. Because in the back of people's minds, they knew that perhaps maybe Robert Whittaker would have been a problem. But in hindsight, thinking about it, I think that GSP would have been a problem for Robert Whittaker. But nonetheless, Robert Whittaker went on with his career. He went on to fight Yoel Romero. Then he went on to have that series with Israel Adesanya. And then Israel Adesanya became the champion. And from there, that is where the 185 division is at. And where it's all the way to Sean Strickland, now into Dricus du Plessis. And that's basically the lineage of that belt. Now, why is it that people want to see Jon Jones do what GSP couldn't do against Robert Whittaker? It's as simple as this. Jon Jones, in the eyes of many people, is a scumbag. And as a result of him being a scumbag, people want to see him lose. And quite frankly, Tom Aspinall is a very bad matchup for him. So, of course, it's possible that he could lose to a guy like that. And not only that, the shock value that it would bring. For example, Mike Tyson, when he fought Buster Douglas, right? That was a huge upset. How about the teammate of Jon Jones, Holly Holmes, knocking out Ronda Rousey? That was absolutely insane. Sean Strickland beating Izzy. That was shocking. What else was a shocking result? How about Amanda Nunes being beaten by Pena? That was a shocking result. All these shocking results, people want to see it because, quite frankly, they feel that there is a vindication that comes with that. You see, Jon Jones, in many people's eyes, is such a scumbag that they want to believe in this fair world, or rather, from the desensitization of a lot of people, they've realized that it's an unfair world. They want to see some sort of retribution. But that's not going to happen, is it? Because this is the reality of the world. Sometimes bad guys get away with a lot of things that you don't wish that they could get away with. But then there are other times where the bad guys got it coming to them and end up like P. Diddy getting arrested from all the years of abuse and all the years of misusing their power and things of that nature. Epstein is also another part of that list. But don't forget to like and subscribe. That is all that I have for this content, because if I continue and keep on going, I'm going to talk about controversial things that have nothing to do with Jon Jones. But understand this: Jon Jones is somebody that people want to see lose because of the things that he has committed in the past. And that is why they want to see him fight Tom Aspinall. And that is why we've never seen GSP fight Robert Whittaker. Because look at George St. Pierre. He's somebody that embodies what it means to be a role model and an athlete, a good guy, Captain Canada, even though he played a bad guy in Captain America. But in real life, he is a good guy. And Jon Jones, he's played a Navy SEAL in a movie, supposedly a good guy, but in real life, he's anything but. And that is the reason why people want to see him fight Tom Aspinall. And that is the reason why we never really pushed GSP to fight Robert Whittaker. But again, welcome to the theater of the unknown. For all we know, this fight could very well happen, and it may happen soon. Or what may happen soon is Jon gets on the mic, gets on the video camera, or gets on an interview, or maybe a press conference, and proclaims, you know what? I'm vacating this belt. Let the best man be the best man, and whoever's going to hold that lineage next. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Really interesting subjects right now regarding Magomed Ankalaev and why he is not fasting for Ramadan. Well, not for the entire Ramadan, but just at least for the fight that he has in UFC 313, okay? And we're going to talk about all those things right now. There's several reasons that we can sort of hint at as to why he's not fasting for this fight. But I think by the end of it all, he really wants to, number one, cut weight the proper way. That's one thing that we have to take into consideration here. Hold on just a second. We're going to just drive around for a bit. We're driving around in downtown Sacramento. I'm going to show you guys around. I'm going to wait for a few people to get in here. By the way, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. So this way I can give you guys a full analysis and breakdown of this whole entire subject and why this is going on. So let's get right to it. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, simply because I got to be honest, right? We really thought that he was going to have this movie storyline coming into this whole entire fight. And what exactly is that whole movie storyline that we're talking about? Well, for one, he's fasting for Ramadan, right? That's a challenge in and of itself. And imagine if he was to go in there and win the fight. Now, here's the crazy part about this whole entire scenario, right? By the way, everybody, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. check out all of my videos and my live streams. And also, don't forget to tap in this weekend for UFC 313. But for now, we are going to talk about it. God bless you. Nikolai says, God bless you as well, my man, because I don't know if anybody else in the MMA space is willing to talk about this particular subject right now. We got 17 people in here. Let me screenshot this just so I can give a little bit of some perspective here. So, okay. You guys know that there are traveling exemptions for fasting during Ramadan, right? That is a reality. Is this a reality for Ankalaev? Well, here's the thing, right? He's already been in the facility. I love speaking about God. Okay, that's awesome, my man. Well, you know what? This whole entire subject definitely lends itself into that category, and as well as MMA. So if you love religion and you love MMA, you're in the right place, because that's literally what we're going to talk about right now. So here we go. You got an exemption if you're traveling. However, let's say right now I'm in Sacramento, California, right? Let me show you guys around right now. I'm in 29th Street, just driving around here. So let's say I was driving from Sacramento to LA. And if anybody knows about the drive from Sacramento to LA, it is somewhere between 4 to 5 hours of a drive, right? Do you need an exemption if you're driving that far? My answer is no. You don't need an exemption for that. In fact, I think you should remain fasting if you're driving from Sacramento to LA. Now, why is that? Because the reason why Allah has proclaimed that you have an exemption during traveling is because traveling requires a lot of energy, especially back in the days. You see, back in the days when everybody was riding on horsebacks, it was a lot of effort, and then you were carrying a lot of things behind you. Whiskey Throttle says, what law? The law of the Sharia in terms of the Islamic practices during Ramadan. So just to kind of give a perspective in that regard. So you don't need a traveling exemption, because look at where I'm traveling. Look at what kind of vehicle we're traveling in, right? You're sitting in luxury in comparison to, let's say, riding around in a horseback or in a camel, and you got an AC and air conditioner right here to help you out. Okay? You got all of the modern amenities to sort of help you with the process of traveling. Assalamu alaikum says, we will change. My name is Maria. Shout outs to Maria. How are you? Oh, you said Allah. Yes, obviously Allah means God. In Arabic, it would be no different than, let's say, if you were to say Yahweh or Dios, as they would say in Spanish. But even in Aramaic, the original language of Jesus, peace be upon him, he had called it, what do you call it? He calls it Allahway, or very similar to Allah in Arabic, because as you know, the Aramaic language is basically the sister language of Arabic. So just to kind of put that in perspective, assalamu alaikum to when we will change. Wa alaikum salam to you as well, my brother. So yes, I don't think that there's an exemption for that kind of traveling. Now, what makes this sort of interesting is the simple fact that he's already in the place where he's at. And I think that he's already been in Vegas, so there's really not a strenuous traveling arrangement going on, right? It's not that strenuous. It's not that hard. And you're only sitting in a hotel room. But now we're sort of delving into the sports science of things. If there's anybody out there that has ever had to cut weight for a fight, that has ever had to cut weight for wrestling, or a kickboxing fight, or a boxing fight, and I've done all those things. I've competed in all those things in one form or another. So I would say that you would need to drink a lot of water in order to flush out a lot of your water weight, if that makes any sense, right? I'm not sure of the whole entire science behind it. I've always just had guys around me that would help me with the weight cuts and go through the process. But basically, there is a certain day where you have to drink a lot of water in order to flush all that out. And I don't think the time proximity that Ankalaev had going on really was going to help in any kind of way when it came to, let's say, not drinking all day, right? It would probably inhibit his weight cut, in fact, make it even more difficult. And again, weight cutting has a lot to do with, I like them, Gay Charles sunglasses. Ray Charles sunglasses. Okay, Matt C. That's quite interesting of you to somehow refer that kind of language around here. But man, I'm gonna tell you something. I hope you're not talking about me, because I don't tolerate any of that stuff whatsoever. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna talk to me in any kind of way, you better talk to me with respect, because I'm not here to be disrespected in any kind of way without me firing back at you. So I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you're trying to imply by that, but it's Ray Charles to you, okay? But anyways, interesting, right? In Islam, there is, well, in the Quran, there is this saying that goes that some people are just deaf, dumb, and blind to certain things, but not saying that you are, but yeah, let's keep this professional while we go at this, okay? So, moving on. We got this situation. You got kicked off the soccer team for excessive ass pats. I've never played soccer, my man. I have a cousin in Egypt that was a professional soccer player. Look him up. Shabana Abdelhamid. He's an Egyptian soccer player. He's a cousin of mine, but not me. I've never played soccer myself. So I'm a Manchester City fan. Let me know what soccer team you like. But, or if you like soccer at all, I would assume you like MMA since we're here. Your beard gets Wi-Fi. Your beard gets Wi-Fi. It does. It does. This beard right here definitely helps with the Wi-Fi signals. So thank you for noticing, my man. All right. So, yeah. I think, I don't know, man. I would not do what Ankalaev is doing. You know, Khamzat went into the Gilbert Burns fight fasting. He was fasting while cutting weight, and he fasted all throughout the day up until he got to the arena when it got dark at night and started eating just right before the Gilbert Burns fight. And it is no wonder why the Gilbert Burns fight looked like the way that it did for Khamzat. What did he say here? My go-to team has always been Real Madrid. Okay, so you're a fan of Spanish soccer. Okay, so that's cool. All right. I'm going into Trader Joe's right now, so don't mind me, okay? I'm going to buy a few things here, and then we'll go from there. All right. Let's see here. Stuff here. All right, here we go. How do you reckon Ankh can win? Okay, so I'll tell you, this is how I think he's going to win, right? I think that for the first time, he probably has to go and mix up. To be honest with you, the guy's a little bit vulnerable. You know what I mean? Like, the vulnerability that he has going on in his strikes is, you know, it could be a factor in some kind of way. You once spent time in a Hawaiian prison for killing a hamster with a ukulele. Matt C. Who is this dude, man? Matt C. That's quite an interesting take that you got on that subject, right? You. How do you know? How do you know that I've never been to prison, let alone not? Well, all right. Let's not get into that. Look, so yeah. Look, I think if you're really wondering how I see him winning this, it's a mixture of striking and grappling. Because you know what, man? Who have you really seen anybody challenge Alex on the feet? I mean, on the grappling side of things. And when you do, I mean, he often gets taken down. Sometimes he gets up, sometimes he doesn't. But only seen Jan. Okay, so you only seen Jan do that to him, right? Okay. So okay. Jan nearly beat him. Correct. So that's a good point, man. Look, so Jan nearly beat him, right? So didn't Ankalaev and Jan fight? And how did that go? Obviously, it went to a draw. If you remembered, Ramzan Kadyrov sort of had some comments about that, right? He had some, some issues with that decision, right? I mean, nowadays, who doesn't have an issue with the judges and what they have to say and things of that nature, right? It was a very close fight. So if Jan nearly beat him, what makes you think Ankalaev can't do the same thing? Didn't Unk get a few takedowns? Anakin MMA says on Jan that fight. He did, and you didn't get a few takedowns on Jan. Yeah. So once again, what makes you think that that he can't do the same thing to Alex? He obviously has the capabilities of doing so. Now, I just don't think Alex has truly been tested yet, right? And I think this is one of those fights where that could potentially happen for him. So. What is this? Okay. Hey, Matt C., what did you mean by that comment? You once spent time in prison for killing a hamster. What kind of, man, listen, what kind of sick stuff is that, man? You know, what kind of weird stuff are you guys on talking about killing hamsters and all this other weird stuff, man? Man, y'all got some weirdos in the internet, bro, like straight up. What else was the other comments that I had missed here? Maria Scholler, shout outs to you. What law? Whiskey Throttle. Whiskey Throttle, what made you come up with a nickname like that or a screen name like that? God bless you. Okay, awesome. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to pay for something real quick. Hi, how you doing? How are you? Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be $19.96. Would you like a paper bag?
Sure. Yeah, paper bag, please. Yes.
And 2006 now.
Hinting. He was sort of hinting that he wanted to see Alex Pereira fight Tom Aspinall as well. Now, there's another subject that we can talk about right there, right? What's going on with the Jon Jones and the Tom Aspinall fight? Is this happening? I don't know, man. I don't know if this fight is happening or not, but I could very well tell you that if Jon Jones, you know what, times in numerous videos and numerous live streams, Francis Ngannou is the linear heavyweight champion of the UFC, if not the whole entire MMA, right? Because obviously if you're the champion of the UFC, then you are the champion of all leagues because it is perceived that you are the best fighter in the world. There was a point, though, where other 185ers or other people from other divisions and other leagues were, let's say, better than the current UFC champions. One example of this is when I believe Johnny Eblin was the champion while Sean Strickland was the champion. So what did he say here? Dana said John Jones will fight this summer. It has to be Tom, right? Guru, MMA Guru. And then here's a pig sign from MMA Guru. Smash 6'9". All right, stop with the I'm going to time you out for the spamming. Put user on time out. Yeah, sorry, man. I'm putting you on timeout for doing all these, pig emojis. There ain't going to be any pig emojis here because guess what? This is a Muslim channel and we don't like pigs over here. So speaking of pig, did you guys know, here's something interesting, right? An exclusive. For all of you that are in here, I'm going to drop an exclusive for you right now. Speaking of pigs, a Sacramento cop died of fentanyl overdose. And I believe he was the same cop that gave me a ticket and ended up getting dismissed as a result of it because, there was a lot of insufficient evidence. He wrote the wrong car color on my car, and obviously that was grounds for a failed amendment. So there you go. So, rest in piss to that cop that died of fentanyl. And I make no apologies for that in any kind of way. So there you have it. So there's not going to be any pig emojis up in here. There's not going to be any of that. There's not going to be any MMA Guru glazing in any kind of way. And although I do like MMA Guru, don't get me wrong, man. MMA Guru is pretty cool. I think he's great for the industry. He's a soul shaker in that regard. MMA Guru showed everybody that with low budget, with very few technologies, very few visuals or very few sound effects or all this other stuff, you can really make a name of yourself in the MMA space. You really can. And he showed that. And I think that that's a very interesting, and very admirable. It's very admirable, right? The dude literally came from nothing. I mean, nothing, right? All he did his whole entire life was sit behind a computer all day long. And of course, he had an interest for MMA. And out of nowhere, that same interest he had for MMA, guess what? He made it a hobby, then he made it into a career, and now he's doing great for himself. So you can't knock MMA Guru for something like that. And again, you don't got to agree with him. I certainly don't agree with his worldview. I don't have to, but he's an MMA guy, and that in and of itself garners a lot of respect. Yo, what's up, Anakin? Shout outs to UFC 680. That's an interesting name. What made you come up with a name like that? Sounds very futuristic. Imagine what UFC is going to look like in the 600s. Right now, we're in the 300s, and then we got 600 more UFCs, 300 more UFCs to go to that number. Anakin MMA says, hey, UFC. All right, so they got a little conversation going on amongst themselves here. So I'm going to show you guys downtown Sacramento right now. Here we go. What do you guys think of downtown Sacramento right here? A little bit of the most uneventful parts. Thoughts on Marco de Lima being suspended for a year today? Oh, wow. Really? Okay, so give us a little more details on that. Very nice. 680 says, yeah, well, I'm sure you're not saying very nice about that, but I'm curious to know what happened to D. Lima, man. Suspended for a year? Does this have anything to do with steroids in any kind of way, in any kind of capacity? Maybe it has something to do with steroids or not, but please elaborate for me. I can't look through my phone right now while I'm doing a live, and obviously I can't look up stuff while I'm driving. So all I can really do is it said that he failed the drug test for anatrolose. Okay, so I would assume that's probably a very strong steroid that is damn near like something for horses, right? I remember Nate Marquardt got his fight canceled because of something like this, right? I mean, the steroid use was so severe that they literally had to. I mean, look, man, this was during the time when the UFC was not strict on drugs. And now all of a sudden, they're really strict on drugs. And a lot of people are now getting caught. A lot of people aren't doing it anymore. Obviously, you look at Vitor Belfort, right? Look at what he looked like before the USADA era of the UFC, right? So again, I think De Lima probably took a steroid that was so strong because he felt emboldened by the reality of the lack of drug testing that is going right now. Because remember, the UFC is no longer signed with USADA. So I need you to keep that in mind. They are no longer with USADA in any kind of capacity. So we have to keep that in mind right there. Okay? So he probably felt like, you know what? Let's do some steroids. Let's do some hard drugs. And as a result of doing those hard drugs, he got caught, and here we are. So 1 year of suspension. You know what? Not the worst. I have that name because I will be fighting Imavov on that card. Wow. Okay, that's why you have that name, because you're going to be fighting Imavov. Why Imavov specifically? What interests you about that specific fight? What is it about that fight that interests you specifically to take on this guy? Like, what is it about him? I'm curious to know what is your motivation for that. What do you think of Turner versus Bahamondes? I think that's going to be a very good fight. What do you think about that fight, and how do you think that fight is going to go between them? I'm going to probably go with I might go with Bahamondes on that one. What do you think? What do you think? And why? Tell me why and who you think is going to win that fight. So again, this card, there's Ankalaev, and then there's Alex Pereira. There's also the Fiziev fight and the Justin Gaethje fight. Now, how about the fact that Justin Gaethje's knockout from the Max Holloway fight was being played? And then, you know what? Like a champ, he said something to the effect of, hey, you know what? That's just a strong reminder of what I'm up against. Turner always seems to fumble finishes. That's true. So he sees it by a decision. I feel like Ignacio can get a TKO or a close decision. Yeah, okay. I can see that as well. I can definitely see that as well. Yeah, and Turner definitely does have a bit of some problems when it comes to finishing, right? So, and he does fumble them, so. But again, you never know. Look, here's the thing about fighting, right? This is why I don't gamble in fights. This is why I'm not a gambling channel. I'm not like Argentino, who is a specialist in that particular regard of gambling fights and gambling sports, period, right? How to make parlays and all this other stuff. My co-host that I've done many lives with, Zane Musa Boxing Dosage. If you guys tap in to our live streams here, he's won quite a few good ones especially when it was, I believe, the Bilal Muhammad fight, and that was also the same night that Bilal Muhammad won against Leon Edwards, and that was also the same night that Tom Aspinall finally avenged his loss against Curtis Blaydes. So, yeah. Okay, let me show you guys downtown Sacramento right here. By the way, that was the old Team Alpha Male gym right here. This is the old Team Alpha Male gym. I'm going to show you guys right now. Now, I don't know if I was able to get a shot of that, but yeah, that's where the Team Alpha Male gym used to be, right here on I Street, I and 16th or I and 14th or something like that. But yeah, we are driving around downtown Sacramento right now. Let me show you guys right here. This is a nice street right here. All right, so now we got a few people back in the live stream right now. So Ruffy versus Green should be a banger as well. Do you think Green could win that one? I hope Green pulls it off on that one, but I don't know, man. Ruffy seems like one of those guys that they brought here to sort of take out the old veteran in Bobby Green. It just seems like one of those types of fights, right? I know Bobby Green is a good striker, very elusive in the way that he fights. I like the way that he fights, by the way. He's very good on the swag that he does. You know what? He mentioned on Media Day yesterday that a lot of people sort of hint that he does a lot of these voodoo stuff, right? But honestly, it's a strategy. Look, you guys, if you guys watch boxing, do you know Ben Whitaker? Ben Whitaker is not to be mistaken by Robert Whitaker. By the way, I've called him Robert Whitaker a few times when I was covering his fights. And yeah, sorry about that. But same last name, but different first names and all that. But yeah, check this out, right? He fights in a very elusive, swag-orientated kind of way. And many people sort of hint that that's arrogant of him to fight in that kind of manner. Well, in my opinion, I think it's a strategy. Now, does it piss a lot of people off when he fights in that kind of way? Of course. Fighting nerds have a lot of aura to their name. They do. And you know what? They got that protest guy, right? The Muay Thai fighter. I believe he's part of the Fight Nerds as well. And one thing that I learned from Media Day yesterday, and by the way, this is something that a lot of MMA content creators or MMA media people don't do enough, is watch a lot of the Media Day coverage. Because I'll tell you, you can pick up a lot of jewels from just watching that. So in order to join that team, you have to make 30 sessions in a row, right? Nonstop. You have to be able to show up for 30 sessions, and those are going to be the hardest 30 sessions that you will ever experience in your life, right? And by the way, here's the Sacramento prison, or the Sacramento City Jail right in front of us right here, just so you guys can get a perspective of where I'm at. Sacramento County Jail right here. We're heading into downtown Sacramento. We are in downtown Sacramento, but we're heading into old Sacramento, and I'm going to take you guys to my daily stomping grounds right here. So Protest versus Jeff Neal will be a fun fight. Absolutely, that's going to be a fun fight. Jeff Neal's a very underrated guy. I'm eating garlic naan with lamb biryani. Get on my level. All right, that's what's up, my man. What part of the world are you eating at right now? And let me know if you're Muslim and if you're fasting for Ramadan, or if not,
you're just trying to throw it in my face that I'm fasting and you're not. So that's not going to work if that's the case, because obviously fasting is a voluntary thing. I have money in my account. I could go buy food right now if I wanted, but I choose not to, because obviously I want to get through the challenge of fasting during Ramadan. So Anakin MMA is laughing right here. I think he's laughing at the Briani comments right there. But yeah, okay. So here we are. We're heading into Old Sacramento right now. Old Sacramento. I'm going to try to find some parking around this area right here. Very difficult to find parking, but nonetheless, here we are. Okay. All right, looks like we got some kids here doing a field trip. Welcome to the Wild West, y'all. Is the press conference for UFC? Yeah, I think that is today at 5 p.m. Western time. So right now it is 1 p.m. in the West Coast. I'm going to say that is going to be 4 hours from now. So 4 hours from now, we are going to have the press conference in 4 hours from now. So let me see if I can pay for parking right here and then just walk around town. All right, so if you are here in okay, I guess it only does 15 minutes, but whatever. I don't need really that long to walk around here. So yeah, so this is Old Sac right here. This is obviously where you can do some little shooting games and whatnot. You know, it has a lot of old Wild West themes they got going on here. They have art galleries going on here. They got some folks here preaching the Bible. How you doing? You know, don't talk to me though, because I'm Muslim, but yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. They got some stores here with some socks and all this other stuff. And yeah, man. Yeah, so this is what we got going on here. Oh, snap. Hold on, man. I forgot to turn off my car, bro. Hold up. That's nice. Yeah, what's nice? Anakin MMA. Let me know what you were referring to when you're saying that was nice. So hold on. Let me go turn off my car here real quick. You know, not that they could steal my car anyway. I got a GPS on that thing. So if they ever try to steal that thing, I'll just show up where you're at with a bunch of homies and, you know, handle the damn business. You know what I mean? So just got to turn off the car. All right. Here we go. Bees says hi. Hi, what's up, Bees? Let me know what part of the world you're at right now while I, yeah, here, let me just point the camera right here and show you where I'm at. What's up, fool? Hey, do you guys know about the famous bridge in Sacramento, right? The Golden Bridge. I'm going to take you to that spot right now. Look at this. Right here, the Delta King. So they got a hotel and a restaurant. You see that boat right there? That boat right there is a hotel. You could literally book a hotel in that room, right? There's people that book hotels in that room and just basically stay right on the river right here. So let's see how we can get down here. This one right here. Yeah, here we go. Delta King, y'all. There it is. What do you guys think? That bridge right there. We're going to walk towards that bridge right there. All right, so you guys see where I'm at. We're walking to Justin versus Fiziev will be close. Anakin MMA says, you know what, Anakin, I got to tell you, I don't know about that. Only reason why I'm skeptical about how close that fight is going to be is just for the simple fact that, hey, you know what? Justin already won that fight. He knows how that fight is going to be. And I can't imagine how it's going to turn out any different. Now, obviously, he's coming in here on a short notice, so that has to have some kind of effect in some kind of way, right? I mean, that has to have some kind of effect. Shecklock Holmes says, hi. Hi, what's up, my man? Shout out to you. Let me know what part of the world you guys are at. Hey, everybody around the world, man, tap in and let me know what part of the world you're at right now, where I'm showing you guys the Sacramento Bridge right here. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? You know what I mean? I'm going to walk over there, and if I drown, hey, guess what? You'll see me drown in the middle of a live stream right now, but I highly doubt that because, you know, I'm a pretty good swimmer. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Look at that. I'm going to walk towards that bridge right there. Look at this. I'll walk like I own this fucking town, bro. You know what I mean? I own this freaking town. Ain't nobody going to tell me nothing. Ain't nobody going to tell me different. You know what I mean? Look at that right there. What does that say? I'm from that's to Turkey, man. Everybody. Okay, that's what's up. Don't jump there, bro. Much love. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do all that. Look, right here. Right here. We're in the docks right now. You see this? What MMA live stream is doing this? There ain't no MMA live stream that's doing any of this right now. Me, I'm doing this. I'm doing this for all of you right now. So here we are. Right here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Please don't jump, bro. I can't watch. I ain't jumping. I'm playing, bro. I'm playing. Look at that. Oh, look, there's a duck right there. Look. Look where we're at. Look where we're at. And look, right there is the pyramid. Right across. See? That's the pyramid. And right up there is Joe's Crab Shack, the famous Joe's Crab Shack right here. There's a hi. Hello. Hello, duck. Hello. Where are we going? Where are we going? Check this out. Ooh. Hi. What you think of that duck, huh? What do you guys think? Right here, look how close we are. What MMA stream is doing this? For that alone, you should like and subscribe because I'm doing things that the other MMA streams are not doing. You know what I mean? All these other MMA streams, I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you in a second. All they do is spend their time in their studio, spend time in their office. I mean, I do that too. You know, I got a studio, I got an office to live stream, but guess what? I'm outside. I'm outside. Everybody always talks about, yeah, I'm outside, but they do all their content, you know, in the middle of their studio. Not me. I'm doing it right here. I'm really outside. I'm really outside, really real with it, cuz that's a Canada goose, and they are actually aggressive. Oh, is that right? Don't say look all the time. We are looking anyway. All right. Anyways, you know, I can't do much out here anyway because there's cameras here. So even if I wanted to jump right in, look, they got cameras right here. I got to tell you what, man, back in the days, they didn't have no cameras over here like that. You know what I mean? They didn't have no cameras like that. So back then, you could just come here. There would be no cameras. You know what I mean? Shoot, you could run a fade with somebody out here and nobody would see it. You know what I mean? But nowadays, they got cameras here. They got cameras right up there. They got cameras right there. You can't do anything out here. But yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. You know, like and subscribe. You know, MMA content creator doing this. What's up, y'all? Subscribe to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA on YouTube. That's right. Baddest MMA channel in the world, baby. City Cruise right there. See, you could hop on this. They take you around the American Delta River and all of that. What does my man here say? The camera ain't gonna save you from drowning, though, cuz. He said the camera ain't gonna save you from drowning, though, cuz. Just let that be on the stream for the internet for us to watch. The guy is so dedicated to MMA. He has a jihadi beard like Kamzat and the Dagestanis. You know what? Listen, bro. This beard, it's not a freaking, you know, Russian MMA fashion, bro. The reason why I have this is for, I mean, yeah, obviously for religious reasons, right? But they're not the ones who invented this beard. You know, they made the beard popular, but they're not the reason why. Philadelphia rappers have beards like this because obviously Philadelphia is a Muslim city. So that's what it is. What else do we have? Oh, yeah, the Canada Goose. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So there it is. The Delta King Hotel, Restaurant, and Entertainment right here. Look at that boat right here. All right, so I'm gonna run up these stairs. See, and then you got the little Ferris wheel right there. Why is John Jones ducking Aspinall? Because even Pereira don't want that smoke. I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate to say that he doesn't want that smoke. I think Alex will fight anybody. You know what? Here's the thing about Alex, though, right? You know, I think Alex is like a quintessential crash dummy in some kind of way. And what I mean by that is that I don't think he has the intelligence to really fear anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's this borderline of bravery and stupidity, and I think he's sort of like borderlines in that spectrum. So I honestly don't think he's afraid of anybody. Now with John, on the other hand, listen, John is a very intelligent athlete, very intelligent fighter, thinks about what he's going to do. Tom wrestles and beats up Alex. Yeah, Tom KOs Alex, yes. I mean, look, man, don't be surprised if Ankalaev KOs Alex as well. Because, look, here's something you got to understand, right? His striking ain't all that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't all that. It was good enough to win a Glory championship, but I just don't think that it's good enough to beat Ankalaev. Look, here's something about Ankalaev you guys got to understand, right? Let me go see if I got a ticket in this bitch right here. Let me see. Nope, no ticket. All right, roll up out of here. Exactly. You never see Alex flatline anyone, and Izzy was the one who flatlined Alex. Correct. So what does that tell you? That tells you that if he gets flatlined like that, he's susceptible to getting hurt. Now, Ankalaev, on the other hand, I don't know, man. I've never seen Ankalaev get hurt to any capacity whatsoever. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't see that. I don't see him getting hurt, Ankalaev, because his defense is too good. So you got to put that in perspective, right? The defense is way too good. And then on top of that, we've never seen Ankalaev get KO'd. Look, right on the chat, if you can tell me that you've seen him get KO'd before. Right? I've never seen it. I've never seen it. And I don't think that it's going to start anytime soon, not with Alex or with anybody. You know what I mean? Not whatsoever. Right here, here's a little Ferris wheel. I should bet on Ank with these odds. Yeah, Santos dropped Ank, but Ank got up quick. Okay, so what does that tell you? That shows you there's durability in the part of Ankalaev. I should bet on Ankh with these odds. Yeah, I think you should. I really think you should, man. I think there's a good chance that he's going to win that. And look at this. There's some people out here sort of having a wedding over here. Okay, so I guess this is where they're going to celebrate their wedding. Here. All right, that's interesting. Why not, right? Okay, and there's some cyclists down here. There's the Embassy Suites right up ahead. What do you think, chat? You think wasn't Ankh always a big favorite every fight? Why are the odds so close now? Well, the reason why the odds are so close now is because Alex is a dangerous striker. He can put anyone's lights out at any time. And that also includes Ankalaev, but I just don't see that happening if Ankalaev has his game point tight. I don't see that happening. Succulent Chinese meal. Okay, this is the first time I've actually seen your name. Because I did read your comments earlier, but it was it's a little bit sunny for me to see your name reading it through the screen. But yeah, Succulent Chinese meal. Man, you guys have interesting screen names over here. Succulent Chinese meal, Whiskey Throttle, all of that. I mean, yeah, interesting to say the least. All right, so we're going to continue our drive towards downtown right here. Yeah, so Ankalaev, yeah, he usually is the favorite, and with good reason. With good reason. He's a fan favorite. Also, you got to take that into consideration, being a fan favorite, right? It doesn't always mean that you're going to win. Because, look, you know, Omar Nurmagomedov was a fan favorite. And I honestly believed in Khabib's system so much so that I thought it was not going to be a problem taking on Merab. Obviously, it was. Obviously, Merab is way better than what we would have expected. Or at least we underestimated Merab because we just have this affection for Umar and anybody who's Dagestani. So I think let me just take the glasses off for this one so you guys can look directly right into my eyes. Yeah, okay. But anyways, Q Street. We're on Q Street right now in downtown Sacramento. All right. I'm going to take you guys to the oldest mosque in Sacramento. What does he say here? Omar still got a chance to be champ despite the loss of Merab. Correct. So what Merab needs to work on is the same thing that Hamza Shiraz on the boxing side needs to work on. By the way, how about Hamza Shiraz being part of an even bigger story of Turki Al-Sheikh sort of interfering in the Carlos Adames boxing match, right? A lot of people were saying that he tried to talk to the judges to sort of sway them to give points on the other direction. I don't think that was the case. I think he went to the corner of Hamza Shiraz and tried to warn him that, hey, you know what, you're losing and you need to up the ante a little bit. Okay, so here it is, the V Street Mosque right here. Right here. This is the oldest mosque in Sacramento right here. I'm just going to get out for a second and then show you guys. Hold on. And then I'm going to probably go hang out in the park for a bit. And yeah, I'm going to go from there. Okay, so there it is. This is the oldest mosque in Sacramento. This was established in 1947. Yeah, so this mosque was established in 1947, y'all. You imagine? 1947, this mosque was established. So this was right after World War II. After World War II, so yeah. And then, of course, you can't have a California content without some palm trees. So, yeah. And right next to the mosque is the St. John Baptist Church right in front of us, right here. See? So the St. John's Baptist Church right across the mosque. Now, if you go through this mosque right here, I'm going to show you this little drive alleyway that we got right here. Oh, wow. Look at this. What is that? Is some turkey? Wow. Okay. So there's a resident in this mosque, right? They have residents in this mosque. There's an ice cream truck owned by one of the imams. And then there's a turkey. How about this? This is where all the people live from. I mean, they literally live right here, right? Like people that attend this mosque. Very interesting. They got it's right there, some turkey. See that? How about this? We got some turkeys at the mosque, and not to be mistaken for Turkey El-Sheikh. But yeah, we got our very own turkey right here. So we're going to go to the park. I'm going to take you guys to the park. Shout out to everyone that liked and subscribed. Also, don't forget to check out all of my videos. Run the views up on my videos, guys. I need help with the channel. You know, I'm trying to build this channel so that I can offer something different. Joe Blow says, get out of my country. Well, what country is that exactly? You say that this is your country. I'm an American. I'm an American citizen. What the hell do you mean, get out of your country? I probably do better in this country than you. I probably live better than you ever will in this country. So I don't know who the hell you think you are telling me to get out of my country, to get out of your country, bro. Come on, bro. Don't say no stupid stuff like that, or I'll block you out of the chat right now, bro. Straight up. You know what I mean? Ha ha, nothing. Turkey announced a boxing league with Dana. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that story. And well, you know what? We could talk about it right here while I park right here. Let me all right, here we go. What do we got over here? What is going on here? Why these dudes dressed like turkeys over here? All right, so I guess we got some interesting content. What's up, fam? How you doing? Look at this. Some dudes over here dressed like turkeys. What's going on here? All right, man. Haha, oh no. Yeah, brother Joe Blow, why would you say that about me, bro? Why would you tell me to get out of your country? This is your country. Why? Because you're white or whatever you think you are or whatever you are? Like, you think that that's okay for you to say? Joe Blow, get out of my country. I do better in this country than you, bro. Come on now. Come on now. Let's not even go there, fam. Come on now. Come on now, fam. Come on now, fam. Who the hell are you to tell me to get out of your country? Your new country. Shut the hell up, bro. You talk like a Democrat. What a stupid thing to say. How the fuck do you know who I even voted for? Who do you, you know what I mean? Like, you're ignorant. Listen, man, I'm going to tell you right now, you got 1 second to repent yourself, or I'm blocking you off of this chat forever. Friendly fire. All right. Cool. Ain't no thing. But, you know, watch what you say to me, bro. You know what I mean? Because that's very disrespectful. You know, how do you designate that this is your country over yours? I mean, look at this. Look at this. Let me show you guys this real quick. What do they got going on over here? Oh, I think this is for St. Patrick's Day. I think that's what it is. When is St. Patrick's Day? When is St. Patrick's Day? I think that's sometime soon.
Come on, Mike. Show them that the military spirit you got. Come on, Mike.
All right. We're going to let them do their thing, and I'm going to show you guys some local art in this area right here. Oh, hold up. Let me show you guys this real quick. You guys, this park over here. Assalamu alaikum from Ireland. All right. Shout outs to Malik Rut. Salam alaikum to you as well, my brother. What part of Ireland are you from? Let me know what part of Ireland you are on the chat right now. Check this out right here. Look at this. They got little alien figurines right there. If you see that. Look at that. Right here. Oh, Finland, not Ireland. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I read that wrong. Sorry. Okay, Finland. Yes. Sorry. My eyes got a little bit blurry because yeah, you know, I was looking away and looking at something. So Helsinki, Finland. Okay, shout out to everybody in Finland that's tapping in with me right now. Yeah, man. Are there any MMA regional leagues in Finland by any chance? I know there were a few dudes from Finland that got signed to the UFC. I believe they were Olympic wrestlers. Or no, I think that's Norway. I don't think it was Finland, but yeah. Let me show you guys the basketball courts over here. I think they have the Sacramento Kings symbol on it. This thing looks so sick. You guys would love this. It looks so sick. See? Sacramento crowd. You see that? Right there, see? And right here, the Sac Kings symbol right here. It's a cool little court they got going on here. I don't know why they got one side of the court that doesn't have a rim, but this one does. So I guess they only play half the rim here. But yeah, check this out right here. See? Brought to you by Kaiser Permanente. See? So what else? What else are other fights you guys are looking forward to? I didn't do a prediction, a full card prediction for this fight yet. And you know what? I figured I might as well just do it right here with you guys. But I don't know, man. I haven't really studied the card as much because I do predictions, don't get me wrong, but not all the time, right? Certainly for the bigger cards, I would have done it for this card, but, you know, Ramadan was sort of very busy, so couldn't really get the rightful opportunity to do so. But nonetheless, here we are. So there is a little island right there. I wonder if you can basically swim or sail to that other island over there. That would be interesting to see. You know what I mean? Okay, so it looks like they got some instrumentals going on here. See this right here. What's up, y'all? All right, so they got some percussions right over here. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. So you can basically bend some drums away right here. Look at this. See? Check this out. What do you guys think? Huh? All right, well, hopefully we don't get copyrights by walking by on this. Good choice of song, man. That's what's up. What? All right. A little bit colder. Today, a little bit windier. All those people dressed up in that little Irish outfit bounced already. All right. So next topic at hand, right? Dana White and the boxing. I might have to do a separate video on that, but I'm going to tell you this, right? I think there is a chance where a lot of people's pay could dwindle down in boxing in particular. But then again, there's a lot of boxers that are already making what they're making on the level that they're at. And then there's boxers that are already at the 1% that are making what it is that they're making, right? So I don't know if I agree with the argument of Luke Thomas proclaiming that, hey, you know what? I think that this is going to lower the pay, sort of hinting as a UFC style of business that they do. You know what I mean? Where they pay the fighters at the bare minimum. And as a result of paying the fighters at a bare minimum, they sort of put themselves in a situation that is compromising to their leverage when it comes to negotiations. And I think that's no different with the Saudis. The only difference, though, is that I think Turki Al-Sheikh is a little bit more generous than Dana White. But as far as Dana White is concerned, he flat out said, this is what he said about the Saudis, right? He said that we're not the Saudis. In other words, he's not trying to go all out on his business. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Had to adjust the seat belt there real quick. Let me take this off since the sun is sort of going down because of a lot of rain that's going on here, or at least it looks like it's about to rain. But yeah, here we go. All right, we're about to hit the freeway right now. All right, let me show you the freeway right here. All right. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Dana White going into boxing is going to do any good? Because the way that Luke Thomas was sort of hinting at the idea of Dana White coming into boxing, creating more corruption, is that he feels as though he's going to exploit boxing in the way that he exploited MMA, in the way that he exploited MMA fighters. I don't know if those things are correlated in that kind of way, but yeah, that remains to be seen. That remains to be seen for sure. So, yeah. We are now in the West Sacramento area, the West capital of Sacramento. Heading right into Broderick, which is Pro Gamer says hello. How you doing, Pro Gamer? Let me know what part of the world you are from. I'm always curious to see what part of the world people are from. And by the way, if you guys are curious to know what we were talking about earlier, we were talking about obviously the subject of Tom Aspinall, John Jones. We've also talked about the Saudis coming into boxing, Dana White collaborating with them, which is what we're talking. Oh, I'm from Saudi Arabia. Are you really? What part of Saudi Arabia? Salam alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak to you, my brother. Let me know what part of Saudi Arabia you're from. How are you, by the way? I'm doing great. Alhamdulillah. I'm in the afternoon right now, waiting for my fast to break, which is probably in 4 hours from now, a little more than 4 hours from now, I would say. So we will wait in patience when it comes to, yes. Oh, looks like a cop is pulling somebody over right now. So yeah. So what part of Saudi Arabia are you from, Pro Gamer? And are you really a pro gamer yourself? And by the way, don't forget to also like and subscribe so that I can help grow my channel, and also tell everybody in Saudi Arabia about my channel as well so that I can grow in your country. And hopefully one day His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh can invite me to that country to cover some fights. That would be amazing. That would absolutely be amazing. But yeah, waiting for iftar in 4 hours and just driving around doing some mixed martial arts content as we speak. So, will you watch Mickey? Will you watch Mickey 17? What exactly is that? I'm not familiar. I'm going to say no because obviously I don't know what Mickey 17 is. I am from Jeddah. Okay. My father worked in Jeddah one time. You know what? I'll say this to Pro Gamer. وأنا أبوخ مصري هو عمل في Jeddah. It's a Robert Pattinson movie. Oh, okay. Interesting. What is the movie about? Devbang, if you don't mind letting me know what that movie is about. It's a Robert Pattinson movie. I never heard of that movie, but yeah, please care to elaborate on what that movie is about, its significance, and yeah, all that good stuff. I'm not really good at Arabic, but I'm still learning. Oh, okay. What's better for taking on multiple attackers, jiu-jitsu or boxing? Ooh, you know what? That is a tough question. I'm going to be honest with you. That is a very tough and good question. You want to know why? Because I don't know if multiple attackers can help you in jiu-jitsu. But I know if you have the knockout power of Francis Ngannou and use your hands, you can probably take out a whole wide range of people. You know what? I'm going to say boxing. I'm going to say boxing. And I know that doesn't sound very popular in the world of MMA right now, because obviously when we look at MMA, we see it as more of a superior fighting style. But we have to remember jiu-jitsu is not MMA, and it is only one compository sport of MMA, and other things must be considered. So you got to take other arts into consideration. And W Stream, you deserve to be famous. And a W Stream, you deserve to be famous. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I hope you also check out some of my videos that I have. By the way, I'm based out here in California, if you're wondering. So check out all my videos. I think that you will like it. I think that you'll like a lot of the videos that I got going on. And I think that you will enjoy many of the videos that I've had, all the 600 videos that I've already made in this channel. So inshallah, I hope that I become, I hope that I do get some fame out of this, because hey, why not, right? A little bit of fame gets you some money, gets you some notoriety, sort of increases your value in society. Why not, right? And maybe help some people along the way that I could help as well in the process. So inshallah. How do you feel about Dana White and Turki El-Sheikh? Well, that's a great question. I think that many people sort of see Dana White as this big bully in the industry, right? And as a result of seeing Dana White as the big bad bully, we sort of think that there's nobody out there that can check him in any kind of way, in any kind of capacity. But you know what? The reality is there's Turki El-Sheikh, and Turki El-Sheikh is the only guy that can tame Dana White. If you think about it, he's the only guy that can tame Dana White. And sometimes related to that, times and something related to that. Okay, so it revolves around time. I would assume when you mean time, time traveling, perhaps? Is that what you mean? You drive in the bomb truck, Andreas El Fozio. I mean, you know, Andreas, that's quite an immature comment on your part, right? Here's a weird thing about all of these Islamic jokes that a lot of you guys have, right? And I want you to understand something, right? I don't condone terrorism in any kind of way. Read that long comment first. What long comment that you were talking about? I don't know what you were talking about. Do you watch anime? No, I do not. I'm an adult. But yeah, no, anime is cool. It's just not my thing. But I do know a lot of homies of mine that are into it. So, you know, God bless them. Back to Andreas. Very immature comment on your part. ALA6LMAFO, laughing my butt off. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? You're talking about like, oh, do you have a bomb truck or this and that? You're basically trying to create some kind of terrorist jokes and this and that. And I'm like thinking to myself, do you honestly think that's offensive? Why are people being negative? You know, let them be negative. It doesn't affect me in any kind of way. What they do is they actually bring streams into my way. So, you know, that can't be too bad, is it? You know what I mean? It can't be too bad that you bring streams my way. So that's what it is. I need to pray, but I want to keep this stream going. So yeah, I'm going to have to find a way to stream while I get this. I'm going to have to find a way to pray while getting this stream going. I'm going to have a walk around the park right here while I get this stream going. Park basketball court right here. I got low battery at the moment, so don't be surprised if damn, I thought you were Mexican. I get that a lot, bro. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I do get that a lot, but you know, no, I'm half Arabic and half Islander, so maybe that's where, you know, all of that comes from. So yeah, it's got some ball right here. So yeah, I was chilling at the park. LOL. Yoda. Shout out to Yoda though. What part of the world are you from, man? You know, let me know what part of the world you're from. You know what I'm saying, and where you're tapping into. But yeah, no, that's really what I think, right? I think that, you know, Dana White is, you know, he's a boss, right? But I think if there's anybody in the whole entire world that can, you know, really tame him, it's Turkey. And I mean, look, if you have trillions of dollars, right? Who could you not tame? You know what I mean, in this world. I think that the Saudis have a certain, you know, I don't want to say arrogance, but they have a certain confidence about them in a way where, like, hey, you know what, man, they could buy anything, they could do whatever. And Pro Gamer asks, what sport do you play? You know, I mean, MMA, I mean, if you consider that a sport, but, you know, I'm not really into, you know, other mainstream sports or nothing like that. But yeah, you know, that's yeah, I would just say MMA, you know, or just anything fighting related. So that's about it, really. You know what I mean? So yeah, but what about you? What I mean, you obviously your name is a Pro Gamer, right? So I'm assuming you're just a gamer or what? Anakin says, I usually stay tuned to MMA, basketball, and football. When you mean football, do you mean soccer or do you mean American football? And Pro Gamer says, oh, yeah. Shoot, I got 10% on this phone. I gotta get this thing charged up, man. And look, we got brothers right here. Look at this. We got some Muslim brothers playing right here. How about that? You know what I mean? Should we say hi? Should we say what's up? Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? It's always nice to you know, meet other Muslim brothers. You know what I mean? And Ramadan Kareem. Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you? How's it going? How's it going? Good, good, good. How are you? My name is Kyrie. What's your name? Garrett. Okay, nice. I do MMA, you know, YouTube. I'm just on live stream right now. So I was just walking around and I just saw you pray, and I was like, I have to say hi to this brother, of course, you know, because we're fasting together on Ramadan. So I figured I'd, you know, come say hi and you know, and wish you a beautiful Ramadan as well. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, brother. Have a beautiful Ramadan, brother. Yeah, so there you go, man. Yoda, so you're from NYC. I heard camel racing is big money in Arabic countries. Yeah. Hey, you know who's big in camel racing is Swiss Beats, the rapper. Or no, not the rapper. He ain't a rapper. He's a producer. But yeah, no, Swiss Beats is big on camel racing. He's got some investments in camel racing. You know what I mean? It's yeah, it's kind of unusual. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't think Swiss Beats would be into that. I mean, horse racing, I can see that, but you know, camel racing, bro, that's a totally different, you know, level of way different level of racing. I mean, I don't even know if there's, you know, like a mainstream avenue for it. I would figure maybe some of the Saudi guys and the Emirati guys just compete amongst themselves or whatever. I don't really know too many countries that would be out there, you know, competing in that sort of thing. But yeah, man, so I'm going to probably get off this live stream in a couple of minutes. Let me know what we can talk about in the meantime, just before I go and sign off in this live stream. We got about 20 minutes that we can spare to this live stream, and then we can go from there. So, you know, just trying to get as much views as I can, as much as possible. So Wisconsin. All right, we got some Wisconsin license plates. Can't wait for the press conference. Yes. Him and French Montana. Oh, is that right? Yeah, French Montana. Okay, that makes sense. French Montana, he hangs out with a lot of the Emirati royalty. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Can't wait for this press conference. That is in 3 hours from now. So it is about to be 6 minutes to 2 p.m. here in the West Coast. So we got 3 hours after that. 3 hours before that press conference is on. I mean, what are you really going to expect out of the press conference, right? I don't know if it's going to be as exciting as you think it is. You think Izzy is done? I don't think Izzy is done. I think that Izzy is done at the top level. Now, do I think that Izzy can beat other guys that are on the lower tier of, let's say, top 10, top 15? Yeah. But his days of championship glory, I think, are behind him, and the Imavov fight was very indicative of that. But yeah, going back to the press conference, I don't know what we're going to expect out of the press conference, only because the two guys don't speak English, right? You're going to hear a lot of people translating. I think it's just going to be translate. Yes, right on the dot. Ankin, you said it first before I did. I had the same thought in my mind. Yes, you are correct. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. That is true. That is unfortunately true. But yeah, that's the reality of it. It's just translators after translators, because I don't know Ankalaev to be speaking English in any kind of way. I've never really heard him speak English fully without a translator helping him. So let me put on my seatbelt real quick. Yeah, I just think that that's really what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to a lot of translators going back at it with each other. Man, we might as well just have the translators talk amongst themselves, right? You know what I mean? Like have them do the press conference and have Alex and Ankalaev sit this one out. But obviously there is no fight without those two, and you need those two to get it cracking. So there it is. There it goes. Yeah, camel racing. French Montana is up on camel racing, huh? That makes sense. So, what else? What else are there other topics in the world of MMA that I wanted to make a video about, but didn't get to, but we can get to on his live stream, or maybe just get an idea of what kind of live stream to do next. So, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Gaethje loses this fight. I'll make a hot take on this right now, right? I think there's a good chance that Justin Gaethje can lose this fight. Why? He's coming in here at a short notice. I don't know how much more prepared Fiziev is. I can't imagine he's anywhere less than Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje's coming off of a knockout. He's coming in at a short notice. I'd like to see Izzy and Conor go at it. Not the same weight class, but it's not impossible to make, Yoda. You know what I mean? It's not impossible to make that fight. At 185, where Conor doesn't have to cut weight, that's a possibility. But what about Izzy? Obviously, he has to still maintain 185, right? But maintaining 185 for him is easy. But for Conor, moving up like that, he would be significantly slower. And fighting somebody like Izzy, who's got the height, who has the speed in that regard, I think would be very difficult for him. It would be very difficult. It would be a very difficult fight for Conor, because I think that it would be very difficult for Conor to come back and fight, period. You want to know why? Check this out. Conor used to be a very elusive fighter. And as a result, he's no longer that same elusive guy, right? And then he got heavier, which, again, it's inconducive to his progress of the way that he used to fight and the way that he was effective at fighting, which was using a lot of range, going back and forth, and using a lot of lateral movements, a lot of good footwork, which I don't think is applicable in his current career trajectory right now. When Conor went to boxing, it ruined everything for him. I agree with that. And here's a hot take on this particular topic at hand, right? Conor is easily 200 pounds. Right now, he is. Yeah, Conor is easily 200 pounds right now. And going back to when Conor went to boxing, he made a lot of money. And with that money, he was able to produce Proper 12 and then a whole bunch of other investments that he made from that fight. But ultimately, it did cost him his MMA career. You see, when he came back and fought Khabib, imagine that. Conor fought Floyd and then straight away goes and fights Khabib. His chin got weakened by Mayweather. Would you agree with that? It was his leg. It was his leg. What do you mean by that, Yoda? If you can emphasize a little more description on that particular topic at hand. It was his leg. What do you mean by that? Because I'm curious to know what you mean. So his chin got weakened by Floyd Mayweather. And then he went in there with Khabib. Khabib hits him with an overhand right. We've never seen Conor get knocked down before, other than Nick Diaz, who, yeah, you could say he knocked him down, sure. But not the way that Floyd hurt him, even though Floyd never really knocked him down. But Floyd hurt him bad enough. Oh, he broke his leg. Conor did an injury with his leg, but he also got KO'd by Dustin. Yeah, it just started going downhill from there. And this is the guy that Conor McGregor knocked out himself, right? Dustin Poirier. We all thought that, hey, we bring Dustin Poirier in here, we can have Conor become redeemable. We can redeem Conor through this because it was already a win that he got. Lo and behold, what happens? He finishes him in Abu Dhabi. Remember that when he rolled up in Abu Dhabi with the yacht and all of that? I believe it was UFC 257. And that was sort of like in the pandemic, but not really. You know what I mean? So it was sort of delving into the end of the pandemic. But yeah, man, Floyd Mayweather ruined Conor McGregor for sure. For sure he ruined him. He absolutely ruined him. No doubt about it. But yeah, we have about 3 more hours left into the live stream of the press conference. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll do a press conference reaction. I don't know, depending on how busy I am in a few hours or so. But yeah, when Conor went to boxing, it ruined everything for him. It definitely did. Definitely did. One would argue, here's an argument, right? Boxing made him rich. But had he stayed in MMA, it would have made him richer somewhere down the line. It would have made him richer had he stayed and perfected his craft there. Yeah, boxing can ruin you, especially if you're getting hurt in boxing, which is what he did against Floyd Mayweather. He got hurt in there. So Floyd isn't known for his punching power. No, Yoda, he's not. You're correct about that. But it was enough for him to hurt Conor. And Jason Perillo, the former trainer of Michael Bisping, right? Michael Bisping once held pads for Jason Perillo, who, by the way, is not a real MMA guy. He's a boxer. He said that the level of punching power that he has is insane, especially for a guy his age and a guy who is no longer an active boxer. Now, how much more Floyd Mayweather punching you in the face when you're Conor McGregor? I think Conor got gassed. He did, but I think it was also some punches that led up to him getting gassed there. That's what I think. I think there's a little bit of that element as well. But we also can't deny the skills of Floyd Mayweather. Now, about some really interesting subjects right now. Is fasting for Ramadan, and Ankalaev is set to fight Alex Pereira for the light heavyweight championship of the world in the first week of Ramadan, and by the way, during light savings time in the West Coast. And I'm going to tell you exactly why that is perfect for him to win this matchup. You see, one of the biggest disadvantages that Alex Pereira thinks of Magomed going into this fight is that he is fasting for Ramadan. And although a lot of people have seen videos of Alex Pereira back in 2015 making his shahada, we don't really know if he practices Islam to the fullest extent. And that being that, will he fast during Ramadan this year or any other year? And probably the answer is no, because the talk of the town right now is that Magomed is the one who is fasting for Ramadan, and there isn't any talks of Alex Pereira doing that at all. In fact, one of the main reasons why I was very suspect of Alex Pereira's Islamic practice is because right after he had beaten Izzy for the 185 championship, what did he do right after? He went and got a tattoo right on his arm with the symbol of the UFC belt. And here's the thing, right? There are many Muslim converts that have tattoos going into Islam. The only difference is that once they go into Islam, they stop getting tattoos. Now, you got to ask yourself, when did Alex Pereira stop doing any of these things that he usually does when he was a non-Muslim? And that is the basis that I'm going off of, that there are only one guy in this whole entire fight that's fasting, and that is Magomed Ankalaev. So let me explain a couple of things that I said in the beginning of the video. I said that it is the first week of Ramadan. And let me tell you why that's significant. Because it's not in the middle of Ramadan where you're completely depleted, completely losing muscle mass within the third or last week of Ramadan, but rather you're in the first week of Ramadan, which means that all he's really doing is standard to the weight cutting process that he has to do anyway. And if that means he has to fast, if that means that he has to decrease his caloric intake, it's not that damaging going into this fight. Now, the night of the fight, that's a little bit different because he has to wait up until sundown to eat. And here's the thing about the time zones around the world. For those of you that are not Muslim, that don't understand fasting during Ramadan, it varies in different parts of the world. Now, in the West Coast, right here, the hours of fasting is not that long. We're talking about literally 11 or 12 hours. It's a very short time frame. Whereas in other parts of the world, let's say in the Norwegian areas, maybe even in New Zealand, maybe even in other parts of the world where there's barely any sun, like Alaska, the fasting lasts a whole lot longer, and we're talking like 18 to 20 hours. Out here in the West Coast, which comprises of California and Nevada, where this fight is taking place, we're looking at 12 hours of fasting. And not only that, here's another thing you have to take into consideration. The daylight savings time is happening during Ramadan, which makes it very unique because within this time frame of daylight savings time, the sundown of when you're allowed to eat is going to vary within the same month. So in other words, right now, currently, it is 5 a.m. where you're allowed to, where you stop eating and you continue your fast, or you start your fast, right? 5 a.m. And then the time that you eat is at 6 p.m. Well, guess what? After daylight savings time, it's going to be 6 a.m. And then the time that you're allowed to eat, sundown, it's going to be 7 p.m. in this same month. So what I'm trying to say is that if there's any time ever that Ankalaev will do great in a fight during Ramadan, it is right now. Now, that's the physical part that I'm telling you about. The weight cutting aspect, the fasting, the religious aspect behind it, both for Ankalaev and for Magomed and Alex Pereira. I was going to say Magomed and Ankalaev, but they're the same person, but words are hard. You know what I mean. So, in other words, Ankalaev does have disadvantages, but at the same time, they're not that serious, and they're not that out of the realm of the standard that he usually goes by, especially weight cutting within fight week. And this is very imperative to understand. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the technical aspects of this fight. I saw a short video with this fat dude in glasses, right? He claimed that he was a collegiate wrestler. Now, the question was, out of all the UFC fighters you can fight, who do you think you could knock out? This fat guy who was a former collegiate wrestler, supposedly with glasses on, and if you guys seen this video circulating online, he said that he could beat Alex Pereira due to his collegiate wrestling level. Because he said that whenever you take Alex Pereira down, it just seems like it's easy to do that. And he also mentioned that, yes, this guy has the punches and the kicks to take me out, but by the end of the day, wrestling is his weakness, and if you apply it well enough against Alex Pereira, he's going to have problems in this fight. Now, here's the thing about Ankalaev, right? You don't really see him wrestle a lot. So it makes you wonder, how is this fight going to come about when he barely wrestles? Well, here's the thing that you got to understand about Ankalaev, right? I think that he likes to strike, but it doesn't mean that he can't wrestle. You got to remember, this guy is from Chechnya, he's from Dagestan, and they do nothing but wrestling. I understand. Sharbaputin Magomedov is an example of somebody that is from Dagestan but chooses to strike. Guess what? Usman Nurmagomedov, the Bellator 155 champion, likes to strike as well. But out of nowhere, he'll come up with the wrestling, shoot in for a single leg takedown, keep you down there, and you won't be able to have any luck in getting up if he somehow chooses to keep you there at a certain period of time, and if he puts himself in the right scrambles and in the right ground control time and in the right positions to do so, such as when they do figure four leg locks on you, where they wrap both your legs around while they got you down and pounding on you while you're sitting up against the cage, which is very much synonymous with the style of Khabib and his team. Now, can Ankalaev present problems in the wrestling department? Of course he can. There's a lot of people that can present serious problems to Alex Pereira in the wrestling. The question is, can they keep him down? And that right there is the question behind this fight. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? A lot of MMA content creators out there, they claim that they're not biased. They claim that they are impartial. And many of them, you got to believe that they are. They're not lying about that. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that do lie about their impartiality. For example, MMA Guru. I mean, he's impartial to everyone else, but because of the fact that he built a relationship with Dricus du Plessis and his team down in South Africa, he has a little bit of a biasness there, and he kind of showed that in the Sean Strickland fight the second time around. Because after Dricus won, what did he do? He put the South African flag behind him. He was wearing like a little dashiki getup and this and that. And then I started thinking to myself, not every content creator in the MMA space is unbiased. Well, I got to tell you, I'm pretty biased at this because Ankalaev is a Muslim brother and he's fighting during Ramadan. And not only that, he's fighting a guy who has cemented himself as possibly one of the greatest UFC fighters and possibly one of the best UFC champions of all time. So don't forget to like and subscribe as I drive this home and let you know that, you know what? Maybe Ankalaev is going to disrupt all of this progress that is going on. Can you imagine if he does that? The UFC has counted on Alex Pereira multiple times to show up and do what he needs to do when it comes to, let's say, showing up for short notice fights. Let's say showing up for fights that would be unfavorable to him like this one. On any other given circumstances, Alex Pereira would not have taken this fight. But because it is during Ramadan and because it is during fasting season, he feels that he has an advantage. In my humble opinion, I don't think he does. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Corner of, I think he went to the corner of Hamza Shiraz and tried to warn him that, hey, you know what, you're losing and you need to up the ante a little bit. Okay, so here it is, the B Street Mosque right here. Right here, this is the oldest mosque in Sacramento right here. I'm just going to get out for a second and then show you guys. Hold on. And then I'm going to probably go hang out in the park for a bit. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you guys can hear me right now. We are live. I am reacting to my own. Yeah, so this mosque was established in 1947, y'all. You imagine? 1947, this mosque was established. So this is right after World War II. After World War II, so yeah. And then, of course, you can't have a California content without some palm trees. So, yeah. And right next to the mosque is the St. John Baptist Church right in front of us, right here. See? So the St. John's Baptist Church right across the mosque. Now, if you go through this mosque right here, I'm going to show you this little drive alleyway that we got right here. Oh, wow, look at this. What is that? This is turkey? Wow, okay. So there's a resident in this mosque, right? They have residents in this mosque.
All right, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Ice cream truck owned by one of my moms. And then there's a turkey. How about this? This is where all the people live from.
Okay, here we go. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
This mosque. Very interesting. We got just right there, some turkey.
All right, so apparently what it seems is that a few fights have been canceled, and we're going to talk about that as we begin the live stream right now. It has been brought to my attention by somebody in the chat. So this is great. You know, it's one of the first times that anybody has really brought fight news to the chat, which kind of shows you the evolution of the page a little bit. So everybody that's tuned in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe as you are watching me right now just about 1 hour ago, doing an open workout in my garage. So, yeah, here we go. This is what we got right here from earlier. UFC 680 says, did you see Blaydes pull out? No. And I asked him, well, why did he pull out? He said it was because of a supposed illness. Do you know what kind of illness? He says, not really sure. John Castaneda withdrew as well. So in other words, there's 2 fights down and only 5 prelims and a main card. So we got 5 prelims and a main card. Now, that's really going to be interesting to see how the pacing of this whole entire fight is going to go. Now, obviously, the broadcast for the UFC was supposed to begin somewhere in 3:30 of West Coast time, which is where we're at right now. Right now, in the West Coast, it is 3:47. And as a result of being that it's 3:47, I suppose that the broadcast is going to go on maybe around 4 o'clock or so. So, yeah, we'll just keep that in mind right there. So, and what else? What else do we have here? Are you going to show the fights? Well, I'm going to react to the fights, but we got to get to the fights first. Rai says, hi. Hi, how you doing, Rai? I'm assuming you are from India. Shout out to everybody from India that's tapping in with me. Shout out to 300 NJ. My boy, what's good? He says that Alex is seeing L tonight. And he says, hello, brother. Welcome to the live stream. I will be live streaming. Here I am.
What a stupid thing to say. How the fuck do you know who I even voted for? Who do you know what I mean? Like, you're ignorant. Listen, man, I'm going to tell you right now, you got 1 second to repent yourself, or I'm blocking you off of this chat forever. Friendly fuck. All right. Cool,
so
cool.
Out of,
cool. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing, but you know, watch what you say to me.
So let's go back to
you know what I mean? That's very
the question that 300 NJ asked. Can you break if necessary? Yes. So obviously, if you are sick, that's part of it. I mentioned also and reply to him the aspects of traveling, being pregnant, and I will elaborate soon. So here I am. So here's some few things where you can break your fast, right? Obviously, traveling. I've emphasized this in the live stream yesterday, which I sort of replayed just earlier. And well, I gotta say this, right? There's many reasons that you're allowed to fast. One of them is traveling, but traveling in the modern day is so easy that it feels like you're cheating if you are breaking your fast. Like, for example, I mentioned if you drive from, let's say, LA to Sacramento or Sacramento to LA, yes, it's a long drive, but I don't think it's in the grounds that you should really go out and break your fast. Now, you may disagree with me on that. A lot of people are going to disagree with me on that. I've known many Muslim brothers that have traveled that amount of distance, maybe even more, and have broken their fast. So I don't know. But by the end of the day, there is Islamic scholarship behind it. There is an aspect of rulings, fatwas, and things of that nature. But then sometimes they're not even correct most of the time. So you never know. You never know. Again, it all goes into the saying, right? Only Allah knows. So that's really what it comes down to. So I hope that answered 300 NJ's question in any kind of capacity. So Yeah, so we're still waiting on the prelims. Man, it's going to be 5 fights and a main card. So that's all we really get. It's 5 fights and a main card, which is kind of good, but I don't know if people were really looking forward to the Curtis Blaydes. I mean, look, any fight that Curtis Blaydes is in, I'm always looking forward to it. He's coming in here fighting a Russian. That would have been a great fight to check out, but I'll tell you what, at least it doesn't make me feel too bad that I didn't do a full card prediction on this fight, because obviously 2 of the fights had already fell out. So what can you do? All right, shout out to everybody that's liking and subscribing. Also, don't forget to share, tell a friend to tell a friend. Yeah, so over here getting a little workout in, showing some different skill sets and all that. So let's take a look at the updated cards that we have here, because obviously there's going to be some updated in these cards. Let me see if they had any replacements. Probably not, right? I don't see them having any replacements at all. So let's see here. So we got Jalin Turner and Bahamondes, obviously. That's a given. What? Oh wait, no, that's Justin Gaethje that was canceled with Hooker. Fiziev, that's it's an even better fight. Joshua Van is still in there against Ray Tsura. Bruno Ferreira, Armin Petrosoyan, that's a good fight. Alex Morono, Carlos Leal, that's a good fight. Mayrin Santos, Francis Marshall, that's a very good fight. So Rizvan Kunev got canceled with Curtis Blaydes falling into an illness. So we only have 2 fights. So this is going to be at 4 o'clock. That's going to be in 3 minutes from now. This is what we got right here, right? Ozzy Diaz, Santos, Chris Gutierrez. Oh, wow. So we really just have 1 early prelim fight, and that's it. That's all that we really got. All right, so yeah, I kind of broke the bag here a little bit. Just that's why I have all these, little feathers on the floor or whatever that is supposed to be in the inside of the bag. But yeah, just kind of hitting the bag a little too hard. The Everlast bag right there that I just kicked. But yeah, just working on little transition drills, this and that. Just But yeah, that's interesting. Only 1 fight. And then after that, it goes right into the preliminary cards. Just right into the early prelim cards. Myron Santos and Francis Marshall right after the first fight. And then it's off to Alex Morono and Carlos Leal. Yeah. My little transition drills right here. Yeah, it looks like this fight's going to be really big. Just looking at the trajectory of everything right now. If you look at the countdown show, there were 1 million views in the and you know what? It was just one of the fights. It was only 23 minutes. Usually the countdown show is almost like an hour, 27. You know what I mean? 47 minutes or something like that at most. But this one is only 23 minutes and focused straight to Alex and Ankalaev, and that was it. And then you look at the views that are popping up right now. I'm already at 1,000 views already, more than 1,100 views, and the first fight hasn't even started yet. I mean, obviously at this point, the first fight would have already started, but that's the circumstance when you got two fights falling out. So yeah, so they're now showing the TNT Sports. At least that's the feed that I'm watching. Obviously, the Americans are watching it. Well, Americans. I am American. I'm in America, but yeah, we watch it out of ESPN. Obviously, in the UK, they watch it out of TNT Sports. So oh, all right. Looks like they're about to start the first fight of the night. We got about mm, just right under 2 hours left before we break our fast. So, all right, here we go. The live broadcast right now with Joe Rogan. DC. All right, so DC, Rogan. All right. Shout out to everybody across the globe that's tapped in. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Everybody that's in the chat right now, let me know what part of the world you are at right now and type in where you are from, what fight you would like to see tonight, and who are you excited to see the most? And I think we all know the answer to that. It's Alex Pereira and Ankalaev. Look at this. 300 NJ says Alex is taking an L tonight. I could absolutely see that. Now they're talking about Fiziev in the broadcast right now. They're showing his fight with Bobby Green. Who is this? With Moicano. Dos Anjos as well. Mauricio Ruffy against King Green. I think King Green, if he, I know that I've said that I'm probably going to go with Ruffy on this one because he seems to be the prospect that's coming up, and Bobby Green is the guy that is just the veteran that's on his way out. I also think he's a veteran that has great footwork and that can prove to be very effective against Ruffy. But we'll see what Ruffy can do on that one. Now, against Fiziev and Justin Gaethje, I might have to say that Fiziev has the chance this time, even though Justin Gaethje won last time. Obviously, Justin Gaethje is coming in here at the most least favorable circumstances. So he's got a chance to win this right here, Fiziev. But we will see. We will see. It's still a good fight either way. It's one of those fights where it's 50-50, could have gone either way, but you never know. Yeah, this is literally me training while fasting for Ramadan. Well, how about that? Dominic Cruz is about to turn 40. Yeah, it's going to be nonstop action, they said. That is true. Having this high level kickboxing background definitely lends itself to being very deadly and being very effective with a lot of these high level mixed martial artists that are more so grappling based. Wow, got more subscribers. Shout out to my new subscribers that have came in and subscribed to the channel. They're still playing more of the what do you call it, the promos or whatnot. So yeah, they are showing the trainer of Ankalaev here, Shokrab, I think his name is. wow, what is this? Well, and more commercials. Still have yet to go to the first fight. Oh boy, very tired, guys, from the fasting during Ramadan. Yeah, so Justin Gaethje is looking for that Islam Makhachev fight. All right, everybody around the world, tap in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We're waiting for the first fight of the evening right now. All right, well, the action is about to begin, apparently. Let's go, first fight of the evening. All right, so Ozzy Diaz coming up. By Jordan Santos coming up. Timmy says, is it possible to watch all the fights on UFC 313 on Android? Yes, it is, Tim. It's absolutely possible to be able to do that. Yeah, on Android, yeah, I think you can do that. You just got to find the right website and the right apps. You should be fine. You should be able to do so. Wow, so this Santos dude was a soccer hooligan. That's a very interesting. I'm watching live in Canada, live from Canada, in Canada on YouTube, or there's a special app. It would depend what your provider is up in Canada, Tim. I think that's, yeah. What app should I look for? It would all depend on where UFC is being covered in your part of the world. Obviously, in the United States, what's being covered here is, let's say, in the United States, it's ESPN, right? But if you go out to England, Tim, their broadcast for the UFC is TNT Sports. So, yeah. All right, so the first fight of the evening is about to start. Santos versus Diaz. I hope that answers your question, Tim. Let me know if I was able to help you out with that one, buddy. Wow, he had condensed milk for lunch. Thanks a lot, brother. Timmy says, yeah, no problem, man. You're welcome. So stay tuned. The first fight is about to begin. Stay tuned right here. Recommend me. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are ready for the first fight of the evening right now. And when the first fight starts, I will be turning off this music. And yeah, we will go from there. In the UFC middleweight division, introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. All right, here we go. First fight of the evening. All right, Jordan Santos. Here we go. They touch gloves. All right, let's see how this fight goes. All right, good leg kicks right there by Santos, the former soccer hooligan. Ooh, there's another one. Really good offensive mount by Santos right here. Started out with some leg kicks, now sort of walking down Diaz. Diaz really trying to download the data and what he's going to do to Diaz here. Oh, that's a good counter. Very nice counter right there by Diaz. There's a leg kick right there by Santos. Really hard low kick on that one. Ooh, that's a good leg kick right there. All right, already 3 minutes down into this fight, and yeah, this crowd is bloodthirsty. They are not feeling the whole pitter patter that they got going on here. Yeah, Gaethje Fiziev is going to be a good one as well. Yeah, we got Jalin Turner. Later on tonight, there's a low leg kick right there by Diaz. Yeah, really good jabs by Diaz here. Oh, there's a good one. Yeah, Santos is turning up the heat on Diaz right now. All right, there it is. That's the end of the round. I'm going to have to give that round to Santos on that one. What do you guys think? Would you give that to Santos? I'd give it to Santos on that one. Some good calf kicks right here. All right, so Dana White on the cover of Forbes. I did see the interview that he did with Forbes. A little bit sneaky in a way, right? Because look at it like this, right? They knew that it was going to be a Vegas card, but it was during UFC 310, so I don't know, man. Oh, ooh, there it is. Rocked him right there. Good start by these two so far. Nice leg kick. Yeah, Santos is doing a very good job right now, really with the upper hand on his part. Tim says, I got into the UFC app. Everything was good till they showed the price. I thought it was free. Eesh, yeah. Yeah, ain't that real, Tim? That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, Diaz is moving him forward. Good right hand by Santos there. All right, good exchanges right here by Diaz and Santos. Good 1-2 shot right there. Ooh. Ooh, good exchanges between Santos and Diaz here. Ooh, those are good shots. Yeah, really good boxing by these two right now. They really are committed in keeping this at a boxing range. All right, 5 more minutes left into this fight. All right, now they're going into the third round right now. Yeah, there's a little slapping right hand right there. All right, third round. And Diaz is just straight away right after him. Ooh, good one. Oh, good right hand right there. Oh, there's a good one right there. Oh, wow, they're going back and forth right now. Going real back and forth. Wow, 250 strikes for Santos. Oh, good. Yeah, it is really a boxing match between them. Barely any legs, any kicks. Oh, he got him in that. Oh, he's looking to finish Santos right here. He's got an opportunity to finish him right here. Come on. Get up out of there. You were just winning this fight out of nowhere. Wow. Diaz is seriously hurt in that exchange. All right, good one too by Diaz right there. Yeah, this is an incredible amount of volume that these two are keeping up with right now. But that's because these guys are operating at a boxing pace, and the boxing space pace realistically only requires a lot of aerobic rather than anaerobic. So it's a sustainable style of fighting, especially for MMA. And Max Holloway does it better than anybody. All right, there we go. Good exchanges right there. Okay, there it is. He tried to go for a head kick and then takes him down right after. All right, and that's the end of the round. That's the end of the fight, rather. All right, we are about to find out who the winner of this fight is. All right, let's find out the winner. Ozzy Diaz wins that one. All right, shout out to Ozzy Diaz. He deserves that win. A hard-fought fight. It could have gone to either man, but he was the better man tonight, and shout out to him for this one. That's a very beautiful message by Ozzy Diaz there. I wouldn't call it a robbery. I mean, it's quite fair, that decision. Like, again, it could have gone to either guy, but I'm not mad at Ozzy Diaz taking it. So on to the next one. All right, Petrosoyan coming up next. Well, they said Justin Gaethje is the most violent man in the most violent sport. Who won the DeJourn fight? It was Diaz, Antonio. It was Diaz that had won that fight. Hey, that's crazy. We've only had one fight so far. It felt like we've been through several fights already. But in reality, we had several fights. One fight. We've had one fight, and it felt like we had several fights, I mean. on to the next fight. We've got a really long pacing from one fight to the next. Like I was telling you guys earlier, it really felt like we've had more than just one fight. But right now, as of 5 p.m. West Coast time, we realistically only had one fight so far. Yeah, once again, we're going to be dealing with a very long pacing of waiting from one fight to the next to continue. All right, next fight coming up. Here we go. Marshall versus Santos. Another Santos, not to be mistaken with the first Santos from earlier. Good front kick. Ooh, nice leg kick right there by Frank Marshall. Nice leg kick, and he knocks him down with those leg kicks right there, as Marshall knocked him down with the leg kicks earlier. Attempt there by Marshall. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right there. He hurt him really bad on that one. Good round for Marshall on that one. Oh, looks like Marshall was looking for a counter there. And there's a leg kick by Santos, only for Marshall to follow up with a straight right hand or a straight shot. Usually something that you risk taking when you are shooting in for those leg kicks. They can easily throw like an overhand at you or a straight shot. That's why sometimes you got to really do it fast or do it with some kind of counter. All right, good job by Marshall right there. Oh, good trip right there. Oh, all right, next round. Hmm. Yeah. Walaikum salam rahmatullah. How are you, El-Noor Fiziev? Let me know what part of the world you are from. I'm assuming you are probably in the Eastern European regions of the world, probably from Dagestan or uh, Uzbekistan or something like that. But let me know what part of the world you are at. Shout out to El-Noor right there. All right, next round. Four minutes left into the third round right now. He's doing a very good job of listening to his corner word for word, huh? Now Marshall got some ground control time right here. I think Marshall got this win right here. All right, let's find out the decision here. Wow. Santos won that one. I mean, that was a very controversial decision on that one. Wow, look at these scores right here. Yeah, that was a very bad decision, man. He did not win that fight at all. He did not win that fight. I don't know why they thought that he won that fight, but He knocked him down. He took him down a couple of times. What more do you need? All right. Well, next fight. I mean, not the best decision of the night, but we got to move on. So, right here, you're watching it for free right here, my man. All right, we're on to the next fight already. All right, Carlos Leal. This dude looks like Luis J. Gomez a little bit, right? All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Alex Morono circling around. Ooh, spinning back fist right there. All right, good knee right there. Ooh, okay, they're going off right now. Alex Morono, the Luis J. Gomez lookalike here. Oh, wow. Oh, they're going at it right here. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Alex Morono. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Arnaldo Martinez. Wow. Shout outs to you, my man. Shout outs to you. Wow. Wow, man. Listen, it is not easy to do this to Alex Morono. Wow. That is wow, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. That was amazing. That was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Wow. All right, next fight coming up. right, so here we go. Round one. Bruno Ferreira versus Petrosoyan. Middleweight division. All right, so there and seems like Armin recovered. Oh, what is this? Low blow. All right, little pause in the action right here with a low blow. Referee gives him a warning. That lead inside kick really led right into the middle section where it wasn't supposed to. Oh my goodness, there is another low blow right there. 2 in a row. What is the referee going to do here? I think he's going to probably call for a disqualification. Damien Case says, are you going to show any of the main cards of the fights? Maybe. Stay tuned. Tony Kamikaz says, Busta luta sua busta. Okay, I don't read Portuguese, but that's awesome. At least I got some Portuguese singers in the house. S says, how many minutes left till the main card? It's 3 a.m. I'm fighting for sleep. Oh my goodness. I'm assuming you're probably in the UK, S, if it's 3 a.m. where you're at. So you got about 1 hour left before the main card. It is 6 p.m. right here in the West Coast in USA. So you got about an hour left, 6:10. So 50 minutes left till the main card. So yeah, just so you know. All right, here we go. Back into the action. Thanks, Aki. No problem. I'm assuming you're Muslim. All right, awesome. Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Kareem to you. And I'm actually about to break my fast right now while I'm covering these fights for you guys. So inshallah, hit me like and subscribe, and let's enjoy some of these fights tonight while on Ramadan and countdown to Eid. There's a takedown attempt by Bruno Ferreira. Love, man. That's what's up, man. So what part of the UK are you guys from? Oh, Netherlands. Okay, so not even the UK. All right, that's what's up, man. Netherlands. So Rotterdam or Amsterdam? Probably one of those. Maybe Amsterdam. But in any regard, shout outs to everyone around the world tapping in. And there's a takedown attempt by Bruno Ferreira. He said Rotterdam. That's a sharp guess, my guy. Yeah, I figured, right. It's the two main cities in in Netherlands, so it had to be one or the other. So, and I do know there's a lot of Muslims in Rotterdam, so that was that was the sharp guess behind that. On any regard, here's Armin Petrosoyan. Oh, there's a flying knee attempt right there towards Ferreira. "20 seconds left into this first round." Nice low kick right there by Petrosoyan. 10 seconds. Oh, nice high kick right there by Petrosoyan. All right, round 2 coming up. That says, about to have my Sahur. Hope our brother Ank wins. Well, I hope you do stay around for it and enjoy your Sahur out there while I enjoy my iftar and some UFC. That was a good head kick right there. Who am I rooting for in the main event? Come on. Are we really going to ask that question? do I have to answer that question? Who I'm rooting for in the main event, or you genuinely don't know? But yeah, let me know either way. But yeah, I'm going for Ankalaev. Straight up, I'm going for Ankalaev. I think I like seeing the underdog, winning this. Although he's not the underdog, come to think of it. Obviously, I'm not a gambler. I don't know what the odds are or anything like that. I'm not a betting channel when it comes to the MMA stuff. That's not the portion of MMA that I do. But I would be willing to bet that Ankalaev is probably the favorite going into this. And it just so happens that Alex is more of the fan favorite. Right? But let me know either way. Yeah, somebody has to translate this I'm assuming this is Portuguese because he says luta, right? Which means fight in Portuguese. Because if you train enough jiu-jitsu, you know that luta means fight. So for sure, Alex is definitely a fan favorite. He is, yeah. He is. He's fun because you know what? Here's the thing, right? Strikers are a lot more marketable in MMA than grapplers. I mean, look at Bilal Muhammad, right? He struggles a lot to, really get his name out there like that, right? At least in the mainstream hemisphere of things. Whereas with Alex Pereira, all he has to do is knock out a few people, get a few knockouts in there, and there it is. Now he's a fan favorite. People love knockouts. People love seeing other people go to sleep. People are not necessarily that interested in grappling unless you do grappling yourself and unless you're a hardcore MMA fan. So, yeah. All right. It seems to be, yeah, he took a point earlier. So, oh, that was at the body. Yeah. Mark Smith, the referee, caught that straight away and said, no, that's at the body, man. All right, nice level change by Bruno Ferreira. Takes him down with 120 left into the second round right now. Oh, yeah, he's grabbing the fence on this one. Yeah, there's some fence grabbing going on over there. Again, you know what? Mark Smith, the referee, has been very consistent of calling the calls that he needed to call. But you know what? Sometimes he can't see everything, kind of like pro wrestling, right? When the bad guy sort of cheats and the referee doesn't. Oh, wow, there's a submission right there. Bruno Ferreira gets a triangle choke. Great win by Bruno Ferreira on that one. In comes the music. All right, so we got about a little more than a half an hour till the main card. Great submission by Bruno Ferreira. That was out of nowhere. And let me tell you, usually when you see a guy that's dominating like that on the wrestling department, the way that he was constantly changing levels, you don't really expect him out of nowhere to throw a triangle like that. Lo and behold, that he did, and the match ended. So here we go on to the next one. That says, realistically and objectively guessing, how do you think the match is going to end? I think that Ankalaev is going to surprise everybody and knock out Alex, maybe with a front kick, or maybe even with a punch. Or maybe, you know what? There's going to be a few times where you're going to see the grappling prowess of Ankalaev. But I think the striking is what ultimately is going to surprise everybody the most. And you got to understand, right? If Ankalaev does it up tonight, that's going to be a very big win considering what Alex has been able to do in the past 7 months, right? Everybody's already assuming that Alex is going to win this for the simple fact that obviously Dana White and the Saudis are now in it together with TKO to start this new boxing league. And guess what? They want to throw somebody in there with Alexander Usyk. That's sort of like a Mayweather-McGregor type of scenario, being that Usyk is the Mayweather and potentially Alex Pereira is the Floyd. But you know what? All of that can be spoiled tonight if Alex Pereira comes out. Well, I'm sorry, if Alex Pereira loses to Ankalaev, rather. So one example of this, if you remember in the Anderson Silva and Chris Weidman fight, first one, and then the second one, obviously the results were the same, but the first one, they had Roy Jones Jr. in the stands and in the crowd because they were going to plan on having Anderson Silva fight Chris Weidman. Lo and behold, Chris Weidman ruined that Roy Jones Jr. fight, and we never got to see Anderson Silva box Roy Jones Jr. That's it. That could be the reality tonight. Or, you know what? Even if Alex was to lose tonight, why not put him in there against Alexander Usyk anyway? Because I'll tell you, Ankalaev is a pure mixed martial artist. He'll never go in there. You'll never see any of the Dagestanis or any of the Chechens go in a boxing ring unless they box themselves like Arthur Beterbiev. And that's just the way it is. They stick to what they know. All right, here we go. Joshua Ban taking on the Japanese guy. I forgot how to pronounce his name, but yeah, Joshua Ban coming up right next. Ray Tsuruya. That's how you say his name. Ray Tsuruya. Okay, so we'll try and remember that. Ray Tsuruya. I tell you what. You always got to make an effort of knowing how to pronounce the names of these fighters. Because I tell you what, I have problems with a lot of people pronouncing my name. So I don't want it done to me. I don't want to do it to, anyone else. All right, so I tell you what I like about Joshua Ban, right? He's got very good boxing, very, very good boxing, very good hands. Tsuruya's got very good judo, very good takedowns. Now, can you do that to Joshua Ban? Joshua Ban's got good takedowns too, but has better hands. I think we're in for a very well-rounded fight. Yeah, I like this Joshua Van dude. I know he's a Houston, Texas guy, but he looks like a Stockton dude. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Next fight coming up, music off. All right, Joshua Van and Tsuruya touch hands. All right, they're both separated now from that clinch exchange. Yeah, that's a good point, man. You know, wrestlers have a very hard time shooting backwards. I've yet to really see a wrestler do that effectively. I mean, even in just regular wrestling alone outside of MMA, it's very difficult to get backed up and then shoot in like that. You're just almost at a disadvantaged position where you give the other guy more of the leverage to sprawl in on you. already 20 significant strikes by Joshua Van already, but now he's put on his back by Ray. 50 seconds left in the first round. Oh, that's very good. Good kick, but then he gets taken down through that kick. You know what? I'm going to have to give that first round to the Japanese guy. I think the takedowns were there, but you know what, man? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't give a 10-8 to anybody, right? But it would be hard to. I think that's a split round depending on what judge sees what. If you like the grappling, you're going to give it to Ray. But if you like the significant strikes, which is very significant, that's an understatement in and of itself, by Joshua Van, you'd give it to him. But either way, great fight nonetheless. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, so here we go. Ooh, there's a nice shoot in, single leg by Tsuruya. Now they're clinched up against the cage, looking for a body lock, but Joshua Van sort of advances from that clinch position. Now he sprawls right on Tsuruya. Still trying to fight for this single leg right here. Now they're back squared up on the feet. That was a good shoulder drag right there that Tsuruya did. I mean, very good judo. I mean, what do you expect from a Japanese fighter, right? A lot of Japanese fighters use judo, right? It just seems that there's not a lot of male fighters. I mean, obviously, with the exception of Ronda Rousey, that really utilizes judo in this kind of way. And Tsuruya's doing a very good job of getting these arm drags, getting these headlock drags, and then there it is, these trips. Right, so now they're back up against the fence. Great job on Joshua Van to counter the grappling exchanges here. And by the way, shout outs to the 17 people that are in here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also tell a friend to tell a friend while we are in the middle of round number 2 between Joshua Van and Ray Tsuruya. Good counter by Van right there. All right, now they're backed up, clinching up against the cage. All right, that's the end of the round. Next round coming up. All right, so here we go, round number 3. There he is, shoots in. So Joshua Ban walking him down. There's another sprawl and a takedown attempt by Tsuruya. All right, so we got a stop in the action, low blow by Joshua Van on Tsuruya, and Tsuruya is looking to take some time. But you know what's crazy about this? If he decides to take his time, I wonder how that will affect the pacing of the main card, which is on in literally 4 minutes. But yeah, that is true. Most fighters don't take the timeout advantage at all, right? It seems like a cowardly thing to do, you know, in everything that you're taught to do. I know that's the right thing to do from a sporting, athletic professionalism sense, and maybe even strategic, but there's an honor culture tied into it where you're like, nah, I'm good. Let's fight. And fight they do. Here we go. And he's continuously shooting in these single legs that he has to constantly make Joshua Van defend. And Joshua Van right now is punching away into his stomach while Tsuruya is trying to maintain this single leg. Now they're backed up in the fence. Oh no! That was bad. That went down low. He said, get down on the low, on the low. All right, the referee saw it. It was right to the body. So he has to continue. He's like, nope, you're not getting a freebie on this one. So Joshua Van advances. Oh, and then he rocks Tsuruya again. And that is the end of the fight. All right. That's the end of the fight. All right, let's find out the winner. Music on. All right, I can dig it. I can dig it. I mean, look, he had the majority of the significant strikes. That's significant. Sure, he got taken down a few times, but sometimes it's just not enough. So, good job on Joshua Van, just as I had predicted it would happen. What is he doing? All right, so the main card is starting right now. So in the meantime, let's take you back to last week when Gervonta Davis had that controversial draw over Lamont Roach. Let's go revisit what happened last week.
It started very slow. Started boring. Let's just be honest about it, right? That's what the casuals say. I don't want to sound like a casual saying it, but man, it was boring. But you know what? If you understand fighting, you know that sometimes the boring part is what gets you to the exciting part. And then here we are. In the middle of the fight, Gervonta Davis's arm broke somewhere in the 6th round. And as a result, somewhere in the 9th round or so, he had to go to the corner to get his face wiped down with a towel. In some instances, that would be rendered a disqualification. But that didn't happen. What happened here was that they let the fight continue on, and quite frankly, Gervonta Davis had the hardest fight of his career against Lamont Roach right here. And once again, a lot of people never really gave a shot to Lamont Roach. And once again, we don't know if he's going to win this fight or lose this fight, as we are witnessing the end of oh wow, yeah, okay, wow, he hurt him bad. I'm sorry for the little interruption there. I had to watch the highlights here, and Roach was doing good. Look at this, 28% for Roach, 37 for Gervonta Davis. 400 punches he threw, 279, 103 of them connected, 112 of them connected for Lamont Roach. He had most of the connections here. Now look, him and Lamont Roach are talking to each other in the middle of the ring, giving each other respect. We are about to witness who had won this fight. Again, either way, it could have gone to either person. But right now, this is so far the hardest fight in the career of Gervonta Davis, hands down. The hardest fight of his career. Nobody has ever given him a fight like this. And sometimes you need that. But at the same time, it's also very concerning, because it makes me wonder, if this is the hardest fight of his career, how many more hard fights is he going to have coming down the pipeline, right? I think Tank is going to have tough fights after tough fights after tough fights. And right now, this is great practice for him to get ready for those tough fights later down the road, because he's never experienced any of this. Mike Tyson had a serious problem early in his career, similar to this. He had issues with going to distance, taking on somebody that was a lot more technical than him, somebody like, let's say, Holyfield, or somebody that was tall and technical like Lennox Lewis. Well, now the Reaper, Lamont the Reaper Roach, has come to collect some souls, and one of them was Gervonta Davis. So even if Gervonta Davis wins this fight, let's find out. Let's find out if he won this fight. Even if he won this fight, he knew he was in for a fight, similar to John Jones and Gustafsson, John Jones and Reyes. Let's see who won this one. Okay, we got ourselves a split decision here. Wow. So the fight ends in a majority draw. The first draw of Tank Davis's career. There you have it. Very tough fight. Slow from the very beginning, but it picked up in the end. That is all that we have for this one. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
No, I'm not watching the fight. I forgot all about it, bro. To be honest with you, I wanted to see that Justin Gaethje fight, but it's too late now.
Jesse's at the fight, and he did a video and he said, I guess when Gaethje got knocked out, he went into a seizure.
Mm.
And the UFC released the footage, and Jesse said, he goes, I'm very surprised because the UFC usually will never show anything like that. That's not a good look. And he said that he loves Gaethje, but that this is a career determining fight right here. That if Gaethje loses, it's probably UFC is probably done for him.
Yeah, and I think it would probably be the best because that knockout that was a devastating fucking knockout. Mm-hmm. That was he was so exhausted, he put it all into it, and he just got caught clipped hard. Like for him to fall flat on his face like that.
Yeah.
You know. But hey, even if Gaethje retires or the UFC, releases him because they don't want him to get hurt worse, he's still a beast, bro. He did his thing while he did his thing, you know? then people are like, I don't want to see these motherfuckers running,
Wrestling.
wrestling on the ground and shit. They want to. What Justin Gaethje was what everyone wanted to see. Just go in the middle of the ring and just fucking strike. You know, just till someone goes down. That's why. But nowadays, people they respect jiu-jitsu because now we've watched it for so long. You know that there's an art form to it. This is Justin is Mexicano. He's half. Teo's fighting, I think, the first or something like that next month. What's up, Taz?
All right, so we got Bobby Green and Ruffy coming up right now. All right, here we go. Mauricio Ruffy walking out. Now awaiting King Green. All right, well, here we go. All right, shout outs to my man from Indonesia right here. Man from Russia over here. Russia or Ukraine? Let me know where that is from. Well, all right. I'll give you this update. In the last fight, Joshua Van won by decision. Now we are on to Green and Ruffy right now. Bruno versus Petrosoyan. He got submission by triangle choke. Leal versus Morono. Leal got a first round knockout. Marshall versus Santos. Marshall had won that one, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Next fight coming up. All right, here we go. No, it was Santos that had to win over Marshall by a decision. All right, here we go. Music off. Beginning of the fight. I hope that helped Nerdy Talks. Ankalaev has yet to fight. That is going to be, I would say, about a couple of fights from now. So after Bobby Green, there's Amanda Lemos and vs.Lucindo. Then after that, it's Jalin Turner and Bahamondes. Then the co-main event between Justin and Raphael. And then Alex Pereira and Ankalaev after that. So about 1, 2, 3, 4 fights after this one because it's the first fight of the main card. Oh, wow. There it is. Bobby Green just got rocked with that shot right there. Leg kick by Bobby Green. Bobby Green faked a little shot right there. Oh my goodness! He just got laid out. He just got laid out of nowhere. He got laid out. It was a spinning wheel kick that got him on that one. That is a very bad habit of Green to constantly keep his hands down like that. Music on. Well, there it is, the fighting nerds, right? This is what they do best right here, the fighting nerds. So that wheel kick reminded me of Vitor Belfort in a way. He's talking about, yeah, giving your life to God and whatnot. So look at this. It's very good setup. And you know what? The way that Bobby Green constantly puts his hands down, he was liable to be susceptible to this in some kind of way. Luckily, it was just a simple hit like that, a one-shot quitter where I don't think Bobby Green really took any serious damage after that. So now he's speaking a little Japanese here. Wow, that's got to be KO of the night right there. Right? I don't see how anybody's going to beat that as KO of the night. We got a Hall of Fame, UFC Hall of Fame thing going on here. Who are they inducting into the Hall of Fame this year? Oh, wow. Robbie Lawler. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Kenny Robles, that went for literally just the first round. Yeah, it was just one round and that was it. Literally 2 minutes and 7 seconds that fight took. So, wow, yeah, man. Robbie Lawler was one of the most violent people in a 170 division. Yeah, his fight against Rory McDonald was amazing, man. They're doing a Robbie Lawler tribute right now. Wow, yeah, I remember when he slammed Ben Askren like that. Yeah, doing a little Robbie Lawler tribute here. Yeah, that's a good point. Robbie Lawler was a fighter who became a martial artist. Man, what a legend Robbie Lawler was. Absolute legend. All right, guys, we are back. Had to take a little prayer break. I obviously had to pray. Yeah, so here we go. Fight number, round number one. Here we go. Lemos and Lucindo, and Lemos versus Lucindo. All right, so you got Lemos right there holding her hand out right there, looking very relaxed in her stance. Good kicks right there. .407, 406, 405 in the first round right now. Oh, all right, so Lucindo has a body clinch towards Lemos right now. Some knees to the body, still maintaining the body lock over under. Just trying to find a way to dig right under those hooks right there. Okay, now they scramble into the ground. Lemos was able to take down Lucindo right there. Looking for a triangle attempt here, very similar to Bruno Ferreira earlier in the card. Oh, nice. All right, so Lemos maintaining this top position right now, not really doing much with it. But then again, what do you really expect from the women's division in this particular light? So there it is. That's the end of the round. All right, next round coming up right now. All right, round two, 436, 435. Yeah, just not a lot of takedowns and significant strikes. Ooh, but what about that one? Not really the most eventful clinch exchanges you got going on here, really. Yeah, just maintaining this position of grind right here. Just maintaining top control position right now. And Lemos needs to do something a little bit different than just laying here because obviously points are being scored on her. Yeah, that is true. Her whole entire goal is to get into the win column, right? So any concern that she has of making it look stupid or anything like that, it's non-existent. She wants to get in there, win, and get out. Yeah, so the fans are not feeling this right now, and they're letting them know. They are letting it be known that they do not like this at all. All right, that's the end of the second round. 2 rounds to go, one more. All right, final round for her to get it going. Yeah, there has to be a realization that your fighter is down at this point, right? There is no way that you're going to get back. So you got to do what you need to do. And now it is Lucindo who is on the top position. Yeah, she has to go for a submission at this point, right? She might as well has top position, so why not take advantage of it and just yeah, she is definitely digging her toes right into that cage, and it is an illegal move to do. Right now she's up. Yeah, I think she's going to maintain this top control position the whole entire time right here. Yeah, Lemos is going to finish it off on top right here. Yeah, she definitely lacked a sense of urgency in this one. Yeah, this is over. That's it. All right, y'all. So we got about 3 fights left to go. Sorry, had to do a little prayer there. Halim Mimo says, yo, how are you, man? Let everybody around the world know where you guys are from. All right. Here we go. Jalin Turner coming up next. Wow. Okay. This is the same entrance music that Yoel Romero walks out to. All right, so here goes Bahamondes set to take on Jalin Turner. All right, here's Jalin Turner walking out right now.
Khalil Roundtree. And I had to give a long pause on that one to really emphasize the fact that this matchup is a surprise. But is it really? Because the reality of the so-called competitive architecture that you yearn for in the UFC doesn't really exist. But what they do have is sort of this roster that is vast in every weight class, and for a good reason. Number one, the UFC has to pump out a lot of content on a monthly, yearly basis, weekly basis, on top of the fact that they have to put out content that is related to the matches that is upcoming, whether it's a fight night or whether it's an international event or a pay-per-view or all of the above, because there are events that are international pay-per-views and special super fights all rolled into one. There's events like that. But most events are either one of the three that I had just mentioned. Well, that is very demanding, considering the fact that the UFC is being incentivized to put out content for ESPN, because what ESPN sees out of it is creating
All right, battle is about to commence. After this, it's a co-main event and then the main event. But this is an exciting matchup nonetheless. All right, music off. Jalin Turner is about to be announced. Oh, wow. Straight away, they go right at it. Yeah, Bahamondes is looking to get at those legs. Two very tall lightweights here. Nice combination there by Turner. Okay, he sprawls and then he gets right on top of a half guard position. Bahamondes is not doing a bad job on the bottom as well. Oh, wow. He's looking for a triangle here. Oh, wow. He's got it, man. He's got it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He just submitted Jalin Turner. That was insane. That was insane. That was a very good triangle out of nowhere, man. Shout outs to Bahamondes on that one. Very early and just out of nowhere, he got that. Yeah, Bahamondes has arrived for sure. That was a good one. And just like that, we're on to the co-main event of the evening. Yeah, he said he knew that he was going to submit him. He says whatever gets him closer, he's down for it. Right, quite a generic answer, really. that he's going back Monday to train. Oh, wow. Jalin Turner is retiring right now. Wow, there's Mark Zuckerberg right there. All right, Patricio and Yair. And then there's Diego Lopez. All right, well, we got the co-main event coming up. All right, here we go. Fiziev, Justin Gaethje.
And not only that, adding those highlights into the vast library that they have in their sporting catalog that is within their app systems. So as a result, you got to build a bigger roster. And by the way, way bigger than in the context of what you understand the UFC's roster to be if you were a fan in the 2000s, or better yet, maybe even in the late 90s or early 90s if you really went back that far. But for me, I can tell you my first experience with MMA was in the late 90s. I understood MMA for what it was. It was adding grappling with striking, and growing up doing taekwondo and wrestling, it was a perfect fit, although I never really trained jiu-jitsu until maybe 2009 or 2010 when I moved out in Sacramento, from the East Coast of Sacramento. But that's neither here or there. So a lot of people are complaining why this matchup is going on. They don't like it. And for the reason being that, well, you want to talk about integrity within a competitive architecture, many people would put Ankalaev on top of that list. So why is he not fighting then? Well, this is where the UFC needs that vast roster of people. we're talking about 500 in comparison to, let's say, they had maybe 10 guys per weight class in the 90s to the 2000s. And then when Spike came along and other TV deals, maybe the roster got bigger and bigger. And now 2024, we're talking about a 500 to 600 man roster, of which they cut guys on a daily and a weekly and this and that. You can follow, I believe it was a page called UFC Roster Watch. I believe that's what it's called, but they let you know the guys that are signed and the guys that are being let go, and it'll give you a perspective of what it means to be just another meat in the grind of things, right? Or I'm not really sure what the expression is on that, but understand this. Khalil Roundtree, a lot of people don't like this matchup. For one, because of Ankalaev. They believe that Ankalaev should be fighting, but why is he not fighting? Again, various reasons. Visa issues, perhaps maybe issues on not being able to make a certain date or not make a certain contract, or maybe disgruntled with pay or contract negotiations. It could be a various amounts of things that only I can speculate for your own entertainment, but in reality don't really have the true answers, because right now it is being discussed behind closed doors as to why he didn't get the fight. And there's, once again, multiple reasons that is very difficult to point at one particular culprit. And the reality is that Khalil Roundtree is a great matchup for Alex Pereira. Not only that, it's favorable towards Alex Pereira. It's going to give him a tune-up of some sort. But at the same time, here's something you got to understand. Khalil Roundtree is also an exciting fighter. But Alex Pereira is a big star right now, and one can argue that they're giving him these easy fights to build his career up more, or just literally sustain the amount of output and the amount of activity that Alex Pereira wishes to do. And again, in this business of combat sports, you can never really pinpoint out one reason or another as to why one fight is happening over another. But these are the speculations that I'm giving you, and I hope that we're going to continue on with this story with more information as the days go on. And
All right, here we go. Justin Gaethje and Fiziev ready to do the entrance. All right, here we go. Justin Gaethje is about to enter the cage. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, and now. All right, here we go. The fight has begun. Oh, good takedown. Very good takedown out of nowhere. Here we go. Justin Gaethje's going to explode on him. And here's Fiziev once again. Another takedown, but then a good scramble on the part of Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje wants, I was about to say, he wants to remind you that he's a wrestler too, but here we are. Oh, wow. He got Justin Gaethje stuck right here. This is actually quite a good position. So Justin Gaethje gets out of that one. All right, so 2 takedowns just in that single exchange between them. All right, let's see how Justin Gaethje's going to adjust on this one. The only man to really take Gaethje multiple times down was Khabib. And for Fiziev to do it like that, well, he certainly didn't expect it. That's for sure. Good kick to the body by Fiziev. All right, so Justin Gaethje has him clinched up now, going back and forth on the clinch with just a minute left in the first round. Yeah, that's a good right hand by Gaethje right there. "13 seconds left in the first round. And so far, it's been Fiziev with the higher strike percentage. All right, well, that's the end of the first round, and hard to tell who to give that to. All right, so now they're chanting USA. Oh, they're calling for a timeout. Looks like a little low shot there. Mm. All right. Wow. All right, here we go. So Ankalaev is ready to walk out into the cage right now. Here we go, guys. The main event of the evening. All right, here comes Alex Pereira walking out right now. Here's Alex now walking out. Blank stare in his face, signature of him. All right, there's Alex doing his little two-step he does. All right, so we are still in the walkout phase right now. Alex is at the prep point. Yeah, there it is. Very blank stare in the look of Alex Pereira right now. All right, here we go. Bruce Buffer ready to announce the main event of the evening. Ooh. There's a stare down between them right across the cage. So everybody that's tuned in right now, you are now at the main event of the evening. So don't forget to like and subscribe as we witness this undisputed championship matchup. Ooh. Let's go. And now it is Magomed that's being announced right now. Alex Pereira. Here we go. Right, so now they are facing off in the center of the cage. Refereed by the world famous Mark Goddard. All right, here we go. Round one. Alex Pereira versus Magomed Ankalaev. Here we go. Very good bounce by Magomed Ankalaev right now. Meanwhile, Alex Pereira sort of sitting down on his shots, flat-footed as always, sort of trying to walk Ankalaev down, corner him down. 430, 429, 428 of the first round. Low kicks by Alex Pereira. There's another leg kick right there. Ankalaev needs to check these. There's another one. Yeah, he definitely needs to check these. Okay, no, he's starting to limp now. Yeah, that's a good question by DC, right? What is it that Pereira is doing that's not letting these guys go and shoot in on him? But then again, maybe it's just the way the styles are made and the way that Ankalaev sort of just prefers that. And maybe Alex has just been running across a lot of opponents that have that kind of habit, just not a very wrestling heavy habit. And again, maybe if it was John Jones in there, you'd probably expect him to take him down right away, maybe even Tom Aspinall. But nonetheless, we got Ankalaev in front of him right now, and there's a leg kick of his own. Yeah, so he's landing some good kicks of his own right here. Yeah, so Pereira has to be very careful in how he's going to approach this now. There's another leg kick right there by Ankalaev. Very good leg kick. Well, there's a high kick right there by Pereira. Ooh, he misses on that one. Look at that spinning heel kick right there. There's Ankalaev right now walking him down. High kick right there by Pereira. It's another nice low kick right there by Ankalaev. All right, we got 30 seconds left into this one. There we go. Now that is the end of the first round. Not bad. Not bad. You know, to the corner of Ankalaev is telling him, do not let him kick your front leg. Yeah, he's proclaiming that, you know what, this guy is a lot slower than you, so use that advantage. All right, well, here we go, round number 2. All right, so here we go, round number 2. All right, Ankalaev's getting backed up now by, no, I'm sorry, Pereira's getting backed up by Ankalaev now. All right, here's Ankalaev now switching stances. Oh, that's a good front kick right there by Ankalaev. Oh, there's a head kick right there by Alex. There's a kick to follow up with Ankalaev. They're just throwing kicks at each other now, back and forth. Yeah, Ankalaev is destroying his legs up right now, man. That's good right there. Stepping in there, trying to go for a hook. There's a front kick attempt by Ankalaev. Oh, there's a high head kick by Ooh, he just rocked Alex Pereira right now. Ooh, now he's going forward on Alex. He senses blood right now in Alex. He's moving forward on him as Alex Pereira's backing up. Yeah, full confidence growing in the part of Ankalaev right now. Oh, there it is. Counter shots right here. Ooh. As I was telling people that Ankalaev was going to win this by striking, you're seeing the results of it right now. You are seeing the results of it right now. This is literally what we had envisioned and what we thought was going to happen. Okay. Yes, he's not doing much on the takedown department, nor does he really need to. At the same time, he's doing exactly what we had expected him to do. And you know what? Jamal Hill even cited this. Everything that Jamal Hill cited, everything that I had said was going to happen, it's happening right now. And who better than Jamal Hill, a guy who's fought both of them? All right, there we go. Ankalaev is really landing these shots right now, man. This is literally the most complete fighter that Alex Pereira has faced, but he's beating him at his own game. He's about to rock him right now. He is about to rock him. This is literally what Izzy did to him. You see, I don't know why people underestimate the striking of Ankalaev, and it is probably because of the fact that Ankalaev just doesn't look like a devastating striker. Like, he's very subtle in the way that he strikes, but it works. It works. And the corner of Pereira is telling him you're a little bit too open for him. And he says he got you because you're standing right in front of him. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Let's see if Ankalaev does the same. Man, he rocked him good at the end of that second round. Now on to the third. Is these subtle low kicks right there. There's an oblique kick right there. Nice front kick right there by Ankalaev. I mean, really doing a very good job right here. Both great round for Ankalaev, significantly more accurate and varied would work. And before, okay. Yeah, Pereira is retreating a whole lot more than what we would have ever expected, right? And again, this kind of shows you the striking prowess of Ankalaev. Now, for the people that did not expect this was going to happen or knew that this was going to happen, this is sort of what you envisioned was going to happen. But then when it was happening, it's like, I'm not surprised. Why would you be? This is Ankalaev at the highest level. Now, here comes Ankalaev attempting, but while he attempts, Alex goes in there and throws an elbow right in there. Yeah, he's beating Alex Pereira in his own game right now. People are saying, well, Ankalaev needed to use the wrestling in order to win this. I don't think so, man. He doesn't need the wrestling to do any of it. He can do whatever he wants right now. Now, can he wrestle him? Maybe, but why would you need to if you're having success at a weapon that is best suited for Alex Pereira, but really benefiting you at the current moment of time? 2 minutes left in the third round right now. 157, 156, 155 of the third round. Ooh, there's some nice knees by Ankalaev right there. Ooh, there's a trip attempt right there within that grappling exchange. Not successful. Oh, there's Alex Pereira with his own right hand, his own hands right there, he's putting on Ankalaev. There's another inside leg kick again by Alex Pereira as he's backing away. And there's Ankalaev lunging in with that hook. Oh, that's a good jab right there. Yeah, the pressure is really getting to Alex Pereira every time Ankalaev is moving forward on him. Yeah, the subtle thing that Alex Pereira is doing right now, he is absolutely battering those legs, right? Significant strikes in this round. They're giving to Pereira. Ooh, there's a nice head kick right there by Ankalaev. Well, they don't have a chair for him. The corner of Ankalaev is asking for a chair and a water. Okay. He says only when he starts, you counter. Here we go in the championship rounds. 2 more rounds to decide this. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Yeah, he's doing this. Oh, here we go. Attempt with a takedown, trying to do something different. A clinch body lock by Ankalaev now banging some knees away as he's pushing Alex Pereira up against the fence. 4:43, 4:42 of the fourth round. He now has Alex Pereira in the fence, body lock position, banging knees away, and Alex Pereira is put on a defensive position as he's been in the entire fight. Now, the one thing that Alex Pereira was doing good was landing some of those leg kicks towards Ankalaev, right? And it is sort of paying a little bit of dividends, but it is Ankalaev that is clearly leading this fight right now. He is clearly leading the dance, and Alex Pereira is just put on the back defense, just constantly having to defend and respond to what Ankalaev has to do here. He is attempting a single and double leg up against the fence right now. 4 minutes left. 4, 3:57, 3:56, 3:55 of the fourth round in the championship rounds of this contest. Yeah, a lot of people are booing right now because obviously this is not Alex Pereira's specialty, but at the same time, look at this, just the constant pressure of Ankalaev. There's Mark Goddard right there sort of encouraging action. Yeah, I'm very surprised that Mark Goddard decided to break that up, sort of giving Alex Pereira some kind of break here, in a weird way. I don't know. Yeah, Pereira is definitely. Yeah, and people are booing right now, but Ankalaev is performing beautifully. All right, 10 seconds left. 4 seconds left. Oh wow. That was the only highlight of Alex's career right there. I mean, his fight against Ankalaev here. Teixeira is advising Pereira to start hitting him because the constant pressure that Ankalaev is putting on him is just amazing. He's telling him to go search within and let's go. I mean, he can only do so much. There's Bert Kreischer in the background cheering him on. Look at Theo Vaughn in the background cheering him on. Yeah. As for Ankalaev, he can't just rely on his performance here. They could easily rob him, so he absolutely needs to finish or do something extremely devastating to seal the deal on this one. Ooh, very nice. Pereira just ate that one like it was nothing. That's 3-1 Ankalaev according to Alan Joban. Yeah, Joe Rogan said that Pereira's hesitating more than usual. It's because of what Ankalaev is doing to him, right? He's making him feel insecure about his every single move, and it really is making Alex Pereira. Oh, wow. Okay. That head kick came out of nowhere. Oh, there we go. He connects on that one as well, Ankalaev. What? Daniel Cormier said that Pereira's winning this 5th round. How, bro? How? Ooh, there's a lead uppercut right there. Yeah, that high kick stunned him a little bit. Ooh, and then I think he stunned Ankalaev again with that front kick, or I'm sorry, that jab. And now Ankalaev is shooting in, trying to go for a body lock. Very good takedown defense on the part of Alex Pereira. And the crowd is booing. Every time he goes for these clinch exchanges, the crowd is booing. Okay, now he's got his back standing up in the body lock position with just about 60 seconds left. 59, 58, 57, 56. Very good balance of Pereira. Wow. So Ramadan Mubarak to everybody across the world right now. We are about to witness and find out who won this undisputed 205 championship between Alex Pereira and Ankalaev. Now, I got to tell you, Ankalaev did a very good job of controlling this whole entire fight. Now that buzz just went off right now, the fight has ended. let's go through the whole entire card before we find out the results of the main event. Okay, man, very long night, very very long night. So obviously there were a couple of fights that were canceled tonight. John Casenda and Chris Gutierrez, that was canceled. So it all started with DeJourn Santos versus Ozzy Diaz. Sorry, getting a little tired here, long night. But yeah, decision win on his part. The striking accuracy was on his side. He won that fight. That was the first fight of the card, along with other fights that were canceled, Curtis Blaydes and Rizvan. So then we move on to Myron Santos and Francis Marshall. Myron Santos gets the win by a decision. And moving on after that, Alex Morono gets knocked out in the first round by Carlos Leal. Out of nowhere, he knocks him out. Bruno Ferreira, crazy submission in the second round, gets a triangle choke after taking down Armin a few times. Out of nowhere, he gets a triangle choke, gets the win. Same thing with Joshua Van in the final prelim fight of the night, gets a decision win. Even though Ray Tsuro took him down 4 times, the accuracy on the part of Joshua Van was just unbelievable. And not only that, undeniable, more importantly. How about this? Green. Bobby Green, out of nowhere. You know, he always just fights in a way where he puts his hands down, right? Out of nowhere, Mauricio Ruffy gets a spinning heel kick knockout in a way where he kind of threw that. He was faking it, and then out of nowhere, of course, because his hands were down, he didn't see it. As soon as he spin, boom, it hit this side of his head. He gets knocked out and gets finished. That was all she wrote. Amanda Lemos gets a decision win over Jalin Lucindo. Jalin Turner gets submitted in the first round by Ignacio Bahamondes and then goes and retires right afterwards. Justin Gaethje, okay, after spending literally 30 minutes of his whole entire career against Rafael Fiziev, goes to a decision again and wins, and then claims that, hey, you know what? We need to stop fighting each other in this train, because unless we're fighting for title, because, hey, you know what? One day you'll be there. But now we go on to Alex Pereira and Ankalaev. Let's hear this out. By unanimous decision, who wins this one? And new, so Ankalaev is now the undisputed 205 champion of the UFC. Let me tell you something. This win by Ankalaev is vindication to the max. You want to know why? He had that draw against Jan Blachowicz. We thought, you know what? He deserved that win, but he didn't get it for whatever reason. But you know what? It was even better because now he won it during Ramadan, and you can't deny him with that win. So here we are. Congratulations to Ankalaev. It was a great fight. The constant pressure that he was putting on Alex Pereira this whole entire fight. Now, was Alex Pereira in there throwing some leg kicks, sort of making his presence known? There were a few times where he rocked Magomed, but Magomed was durable. He was able to hold it down, and as a result, is now the champion. Let's hear what he has to say. He says his dream is now on his waist. He asked what was so surprising about this fight. What did he say? Longest active unbeaten streak. He said, I don't think anything surprised me at all. He said some things just weren't working out, even though he did try and shoot in those takedowns. He said that he dedicates this win to Chechnya, Dagestan, and all the caucus, and we got another one as a championship belt. He said that everyone that works against me becomes a counter striker. That was all she wrote. He was a champion. All right, well, that's all that she wrote. Congratulations to Ankalaev. Final vindication, and what a great way to win it, especially in Ramadan. And look at this. As I'm looking at the crowd started getting empty. It looks like a lot of people were very upset at this. Of course, naturally, because Alex Pereira is a fan favorite. But since he's a fan favorite, let's hear what he has to say here. He said he knew that it would be a war. Every fight would be a war. He says, are you surprised that you were able to get backed up by him? He said putting him up against the cage, he didn't really do anything. No, man, he controlled you. And I think at this point, Alex is just sort of coping, but it's natural. It's what happens. It's part of the fight game. It's the pride of a fighter to always say that when things don't go his way. But by the end of it all, it is Ankalaev's night. And congratulations to him, his team, and his family. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah. All right, so I think that is all that we have for tonight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I just uploaded the video right now. Go ahead and check it out. Wow. I mean, that is a great way to win, man. Great way to win. Great way to go out. All right, guys. Well, that is all that we have. I'm going to play some bonus content. I will see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Inshallah, I'll see you guys soon.
Sense. Saudi Arabia had to take it over. A group of people that have so much money, they don't care whether they make or lose money. Tyson Fury versus Usyk, that's a fight that can continue to go on and continue to give opportunities to lots of different people from all over the world. Boxing got so up that nobody could actually make a living out of it, because most of the time, most of these guys in boxing will say, well, I want 40 million for that. Well, how does that make sense? Saudi Arabia had to take it over. A group of people that have so much money, they don't care whether they make or lose money. Tyson Fury versus Usyk, that's a fight that should have happened. It took Turkey to make that fight because they have unlimited funds, and because of piracy, that fight lost like $100 million or something like that. I do give a shit whether I lose money or not. We built a sustainable business that can continue to go on and continue to give opportunities to lots of different people from all over the world.
All right. Well, don't forget to like and subscribe, because the day that I'm recording this is the same day that I'm going to be releasing this. And it's also the same day we got Gervonta Davis taking on Lamont Roach. Also, on this same live stream day that we're going to do, we got Manel Cap taking on Alma Baya, 21-2 versus Manel Cap, 20-7. In my opinion, probably the Kendrick Lamar of MMA, the Portuguese Kendrick Lamar of MMA. We're going to see how this fight pans out. But for now, we got an interesting story that I'd like to talk about. Obviously, we know about Dana White's possible boxing match back in the day against Tito Ortiz. And how did that come about? Obviously, they had animosity, beef going on, just like a lot of fighters and promoters have amongst each other, right? Different discrepancies, different ideas, different ways of going about things, different vision, all normal, right? But he was actually going to box Tito Ortiz, which leads me to the fact that Dana White's first love was boxing, and MMA just happened to be a side mission that came about in which he was the huge contributor of its entire mainstream popularity. As you can see right here, Dana White in the old UFC gym, in the old UFC offices where he was training for this fight. But it never materialized. Just like Zuffa Boxing. Zuffa Boxing was something that was an idea that was flowing around, and it never materialized. I wonder why. Right? But then here comes Turkey El-Sheikh. He comes into this whole situation, and all of a sudden it seems like anything and everything is possible. The Usyk and Tyson Fury fight was possible. Not only was that possible, it happened twice. And maybe even the third time they would have done it if different results would have varied. But on any regard, we got to ask, what will this do to fighter pay overall in boxing? Because everybody says that you make more money in boxing than you do in MMA. But what does that really mean? Does that mean that it's the undercard guys that are making more money than the undercard guys in UFC and MMA? Or is it really just the top guys who are making way more than everybody in boxing, and the top guys in MMA really don't make that much in comparison to the top guys in boxing. But we're going to try to explore all these different possibilities.
That he would have made more money than had he done what he did, which is to go take 2 boxing fights and ultimately sign with the PFL. Probably not, almost certainly not, but let's talk about it. Let's see what we can figure out. Why are we even talking about this? Well, UFC President Dana White spoke to the media following yesterday's Contender Series event and was asked about it as a follow-up to an interview he did with Kevin Iole. First, here's the comment he made at the Contender Series event.
Earlier today, you did an interview with Kevin, and you mentioned that it wasn't necessarily true Francis would have made more money boxing than he would have if he stayed in the UFC. Right. My question to you is, you always said, oh, he didn't want to stick around because he didn't want to fight John Jones. Why didn't you mention the fact that he would have made more money to fight John then? It would have sort of backed up your point. Why did it take you until now to bring it up?
Because why? I don't give a shit. What's the difference?
I'm saying it's interesting for people to realize.
Because I know all the shit that you people don't know. And I don't care what everybody says. It doesn't matter to me. But that's a fact. He was offered more money. Because I know the real numbers. I know the real numbers. And let me tell you what. I don't want to call him out, but let me tell you what. He'd have done anything to make that fucking fight. And he tried to.
Now, I'm going to come back to this in just a second, but let me add to it what Dana White said to Kevin Iole. Here is the quote. I'm going to read it to you. That's not necessarily true when he was talking about whether you can make more money in boxing.
So I bought a $500 bottle of Creativentis because it's the world's most popular fragrance. Potentially.
That's the BS publicly that people believe, but that's not the truth. Total BS, total BS. That's the whole myth that makes everybody go, oh, let's effing go to boxing and all this BS.
All right, so let's read this right here, right? Just to kind of give full context of what is going on here. That's BS publicly, people that people believe, but that's not true. Total BS. Total BS. That's the whole myth that makes everybody go, oh, let's go to effing boxing and all this BS. Boxing don't work. Boxing does not work. What makes it work is the Saudis, which is why we're here right now. And by the way, keep in mind, this video that Luke Thomas made was done 4 months ago, right? Just to give it in context, October 2nd, 2024. All right, so let's continue on with this.
BS. Boxing doesn't work. Boxing does not work. What makes it work? You need a Saudi effing trillionaire to make effing fights. And even Saudi trillionaires get tired of the effing BS. It's all effing myth. It's all myth. Like the whole statement you just made, that's absolutely positively not true. It's those types of effing statements and those types of quotes by the media that makes all this S. All these fights are happening. It takes a Saudi effing trillionaire. Every effing guy that tries to go do the boxing thing, they all end up losing S loads of effing money. The model does not work. A Saudi unlimited amount of money pops up, and that's what makes these fights happen. And even guys with that kind of money get effing tired. First, let me actually give a bit of an olive leaf to Dana. While his answer to Kevin Iole is kind of weird because he ends up saying it's not necessarily true that you make more money in boxing than you would doing MMA. He ends up making kind of this promoter argument that promoters don't make the right amount of money or enough money, which is a separate argument from whether or not the fighters make money. In fact, it's a completely different argument. So I don't understand what he trailed off into that different direction, but is it true that no matter what, you'll always make more money in boxing if you're a UFC fighter and you leave to go fight in boxing? No, of course, that's not necessarily true. Case in point, Nate Diaz goes to fight Jorge Masvidal, and he has now sued Fan Mio because he didn't get basically any of the money that he was essentially.
So once again, kind of important to point out, okay, Nate Diaz files lawsuit against Fan Mio, claims that he's owed $9 million for the Jorge Masvidal fight. I remember that fight, and I remember the controversy that came about when it came to the pay that Nate Diaz was supposed to receive. Now, I got to tell you, these are not the same type of mistakes you're going to see out of the Saudis because they have trillions of dollars on deck and on their budget, if that word even exists, budget. I mean, Saudis and budget doesn't seem like two words that really go together, right? It's definitely not a peanut butter and jelly sandwich situation where you mash up these two contrasting things together and make it a fact. No. You see, everything that Dana White says about boxing, okay, a lot of them do try a going out of business style. In other words, they really try and make an effort in making the best possible card or the best possible fight that they can make, but pay everybody in the undercards way less money than what is deserved and things of that nature. And as a result, this is what you have. Okay, you have a situation where there's people that are just trying to make as much money as they can without really regarding the idea that they may lose some money into it, right? Again, the Saudis don't even think about that. So, of course, they're going to have some problems paying $9 million to Nate Diaz when they have to pay the overhead costs for this and that and things of that nature. So let's continue on with this video.
$1 million, but there's a whole lot more that they owe. And I made a video about this. You can check it out here above. You'll get the idea. So like this idea that just because you fight boxing, that the business model or every promoter out there will do business with you in a way that where your purse is naturally going to go up. This is obviously not true. So fair point. It is not necessarily true that you can make more every single time doing boxing. Boxing just means more money. But there's a couple of problems here with what Dana White said that really have to be acknowledged. Let's talk about just the basics overall. Let me show you some court documents from the UFC antitrust trial. This comes from the plaintiffs when they were cobbling together evidence for some of their claims. They come to this particular moment, and here you have quite
check this out.
In boxing, Lou DiBella, who basically note the reality of boxing is that 80% or upwards of 70% end up going to the fighter, and then the house basically takes the rest of it. I mean, it's obviously split a few more ways than that, but you get the idea. It's a 70 to 80% split with the fighters, and the UFC is the exact opposite. It's not just the case with Bob Arum. It's not just the case with Lou DiBella. In fact, they go through Golden Boy in the same document, and their numbers are pretty.
And with that, we go back just 1 month prior to that video that Luke Thomas made right here by Alex Kaylee of MMA Fighting. Mike Tyson says that Dana White is going to be the best thing to happen in boxing. Well, why is that exactly? Okay, well, Mike Tyson has been in the boxing game for a long time. He's happy to see Dana White jump in. Ahead of the Jake Paul fight, he was talking about this. So this is going to be the best thing to happen in boxing, according to Tyson. If you're in a UFC and if anybody's booing the fight, you're going to see that guy. His next fight is going to be in South Dakota somewhere. Only good fights. If you don't have a good fight, you ain't ever going to be seen again. Not like boxing. The guy's going to fight next month again, and we don't want to see that. If any fight stinks, you're not in the back in the UFC no more. You're going to see those guys again. So that's kind of what he's talking about here, right? The incentive structure that they have going on with the UFC as opposed to, let's say, boxing. Because obviously there's been a lot of complaints with people about Floyd Mayweather. Oh, well, he's not really fighting. He runs around or this and that. Or just to name a whole few different boxers that have what you would consider boring styles or whatever, right? Well, the UFC sort of operates in that same kind of matter where they kind of operate in a way where, like, you know what, if you're not performing right, if you're not doing it right, they're going to replace you. But the oversight in boxing doesn't work like that. They are only interested in making the fights the mandatory, and I'm talking about the commissions, right? Now, when it comes to the matchmaking and the production behind it, obviously all of that is dealt with by the promoters. As we know, Dana White has had some experience sort of delving into boxing. Obviously, the UFC Fight Pass fighter that he has covering all of his boxing fights, Callum Walsh. And by the way, shout out to Callum Walsh. You gave me some pretty good views just covering his fights back in the days. But if you want to check that out, I'll put it on the description below. If you want to check out that live stream, I had a whole bunch of people in Ireland pull up for that one. So that's quite interesting. So yeah, this is Dana White in a nutshell, right? He's delved into boxing, but he wants to do a little bit more than just promote one guy, which is Callum Walsh, right? Which is his guy in boxing. He wants to do a little bit more than that. He wants to cover an entire league and make great crossover fights, just like what you've seen with Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. And by the way, shout out to Turki Al-Sheikh, right? Because obviously this guy is the main attraction of this whole entire story. Obviously, Dana White is the whole entire focus, but really the star of this whole entire video is Turki Al-Sheikh because of everything that he's made in boxing, everything that he's made for his country, all the entertainment value that they have going on. Now, how about this, right? He made a movie about Saudi special forces having to rescue Tyson Fury on the day that he had to fight Francis Ngannou. Now, can you imagine? They created a whole entire storyline revolving around this fight. And by the way, even in that movie with the special forces guys in Saudi that were rescuing Tyson Fury from bad guys or terrorists or kidnappers, they added the whole entire fight into the whole scene. So in other words, that whole entire story was immersed into the day of that fight, almost in a way to kind of give Tyson Fury an excuse like, hey, you know what? You didn't do too good in that fight because you got kidnapped by a bunch of terrorists. But on any regard, that's the main story here, is that Turki Al-Sheikh is out to take over boxing. Dana White is trying to put himself in that door, and he's trying to expand his business way beyond mixed martial arts, way beyond slap fighting, and way beyond just boxing and WWE, which is now affiliated with the UFC. So that is all that we have for you right now. I hope you guys enjoy.
MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all